pre-packed insolvency resolution process, Chapter 3A, Part 2, and individual bankruptcy process, Chapter 4 and Part 3, and liquidation of corporate debtor, and Chapter 3, Part 2. In all these regulations or code, it is clearly defined the role and functions of the IP. Whenever I am going to handle any case, first of all, I will download the latest regulation of that particular product of IBPI. These are the various products that are released by the Insolvency and the Bankruptcy Board of India. Whether it is a CIRP product or a liquidation product or voluntary liquidation product or the PPIRP, pre-packed insolvency, or personal guarantee to corporate debtor or individual insolvency process or the bankruptcy trustee, whatever the products that are released by the Insolvency and the Bankruptcy Board of India, the product process is also clearly defined. And if at all any issues are arising, some clues or suggestions are also defined at an appropriate place by way of either in the code or in the regulation that is defined. So being a profession, whenever we are handling these products, definitely we have to update the knowledge. I'm not talking everybody is not updated, but before once again, then automatically the product, handling the product is a cakewalk. Today, even though I am talking about cakewalk, still some challenges are there. Practical issues are there. Everybody is facing problem. Mr. Prasad is told it is a cakewalk. Yes, but some challenges are there. For those challenges, solutions are also available. We have to know the challenges. We have to know the solutions also. Then it is a cakewalk. Particularly initial expenditure. Some of the IPs, whenever I am interacting with the people, they told us that initial expenditure. Now today, almost all NCLTs, they are giving advance also. That advance, whether it is a sufficient or insufficient, that is a different question. But initial expenditure, we have to ask. Because we are going to handle the defunct company where the liquidity problem and the cash flow problems are there. And being still the COC formation is there, I have to incur some expenditure. And a lack of support, cooperation from the officials or employees of the promoters. So because you are the foreign body in that particular system, whether it is a CIRP or liquidation, you are the foreign body in that particular system. In that system, the people always not giving cooperation. Because you are a foreign body. So lack of support. Suppose their managing directors, their key managerial persons, on account of their particular authority, command, definitely they will get the cooperation support. But if you are a different person, that too your duration is 180 or 270 or 330 days. So that's a lack of support and cooperation. So we have to presume, then enter into the field. If at all are cakewalk and enter, then we will face the problem. We have to predict, we have to forecast. Definitely, I will not get any support or cooperation from the officials. Challenge is to get information on bank accounts of the corporate. The company. Today, most of the companies, they are maintaining different banks. Different banks. One loan, term loan with one bank, cash credit is another bank, bank guarantee is another bank, letters of credit is another bank, current account is another bank. Multiple banks are there. Some of the accounts are reflected in the balance sheet. Some of the accounts may not reflect. And the information is also not available. And collect this information is a big challenge for the IPs. Even if at all they are routed all the transactions, particularly the financial transaction with one bank, there is no problem. But multiple banks always create a problem. And you have to give the letter, the NCLT order letter to the branch manager and stop the operations of the particular account, and you have to take up that particular, you are going to be authorized to transact those accounts. So that particularly challenging get information bank accounts, challenging and convincing utility service providers. Even though there is a provision in the code that essentials are to be provided without any the interruption or disconnect, etc., like electricity or water, whatever is there. But most of the particular companies, the particularly utility service, they may not aware of this information, and definitely they will disconnect. Once disconnected means functioning is in dark. It is very difficult and challenging in convincing. Boss, this is IBC. Whatever the essentials are there, during the moratorium period, you have to continue. Convincing is the utility or service providers is a big challenge. Not only that one, required information on various assets, other assets. In most of the companies, the balance sheet is stopped 3 years back. Reconstruction of the balance sheet is also a big problem. And whatever the assets mentioned in the balance sheet, whether it is a plant in machinery, land and building, or other data or whatever the cash, bank accounts, all are not instantly available because the support system is not there and the cooperation is not available. Not only that one, the communication halt. Because I am the foreign body in that particular organization. Everybody not talking with me as smooth as earlier management people. So they are accustomed to communicate them with the earlier management smoothly. But today I am the new person. Definitely some communication halt will be there. IB is new to all the stakeholders, whether it is the suppliers or the shareholders or the board of directors or the workers or the employees, etc. Then communication, that smoothness, that transparency is always missing in that particular communication hall. Manpower. Once the company is going to be defunct, take for example, in one particularly, I'm talking about one real estate in Hyderabad. I'm also giving the solutions for them. But on account of the IBC, the key managerial persons resigned and joined elsewhere. Anyhow, this company is going to be taken over by somebody, and till such a time, my salaries is a big problem. And definitely, the key managerial persons always leave the organization and joined in the other operation. Once their key managerial person is missing, how to get the valuable information, how to get the total the CV or biodata of the company, the manpower attrition, rate resignations at different levels, from a lower level to the top level, the key manager persons always that be there. The fear psychosis in their mind. Whether if at all I am continuing, I am going to waste the time also. Why should I waste the time without salary and they are going to pay later on and the liquidity problem is there? All these things, in their mind it is lingering and they will resign and join in the. This was happened in most of the real estates that are comes under the IBC purview and they are started resign and join in the. Thereby, where the books, where the data, who are the debtors, who are the creditors, and what is the market share, who are the competitors, all information about the company is the biggest problem. So that's why This is a big challenge. Absence of key managerial persons. Once they are not there, to whom I have to contact? Lower people, because in the organization hierarchy is some information is at a top level, some information at a bottom level, strategic management top level, and operational management at a lower level. The absence of a key managerial person is a big challenge for the insolvency professions. All claimants do not submit file the claims, even though we are giving the paper advertisement. One is a local and one is a national. Are still some of the people, the message will not percolate to the ultimate claimants. Some of the claimants are submitted, some of the claimants are, even though the 90 days and all these things are defined clearly in the this one, but still.
सर जस्ट मोमेंट सर, जस्ट मोमेंट प्लीज. मनीष अग्रवाल जी, आपका वीडियो ऑफ कर लीजिए प्लीज. Their kids are playing and it's visualized as let his video should be off.
Sir, my PPT is visible, sir.
Yeah, your PPT is visible, sir. One video, they are without trust. Kids are playing.
My PPT is visible, voice is audible, and PPT is also moving. Correct,
yes,
sir?
Now he switched off his video, sir. It's great. It's great. It's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yours is visible, sir.
Challenges in verification of claims. Not submitted the claims in time. Because the message is not percolated to the people who are the ultimate claimants. We are giving only one day, not daily. Paper announcement, a public announcement also we are not giving daily. It is a costly affair. But only as per the code, we have to give only one time. On that particular day, if at all they have seen, then he will submit. Even though we are putting on the website also, how many people are seeing the websites? And some of the websites of the company is also not available. All these things are to be a big challenge. Not only that one, verification. Once some person is submitted on a standard format as defined under the IBC. And I have to cross-check. Suppose creditors are there. If a creditors list is available, and some other people, they will submit with invoice and a transport document, that is a LR or RR, whatever it is there. And some other, whatever the bill of exchange is, they will submit. But most of the people simply filling up with gaps and all these things. And in that process, it is a big challenge for the insolvency professionals. Absence of secretarial service. If at all I want to type, I have to type. There is no support. Secretarial service. To execute the CARP in a smooth manner for each and everything, I have to request, I have to ask the different people, available people in the organization. Some of the people, they may cooperate. Some of the people, they may not cooperate also. Formation of COC. Some of the financial creditor may not submit the applications. Thereby, COC with the limited people. And in the meantime, some of the decisions I am taking, okay, that decision will continue. But here, if the bandwidth is more, the COC bandwidth is more, then automatically some inputs will get by the insolvency professional. And the meeting of timelines. One other side, countdown started. 180 days or 179 or 178 or 77. Day by day, the countdown started. Whether it is a 270 extension or extension of 60 in a rare cases, on exceptional cases, all these things count down. If at all there is no productivity today, then I have to achieve the target. Today, banks, particularly those who have all resolved my case at the short span of time, they are giving preference. It is not mentioned anywhere. Even earlier also, while I am working in the bank, particularly the empaneled advocates are there. Who is quickly dispose the case. And who is a benefit to the bank? Benefit to the bank means whatever my funds are lent to the public, particularly the borrowers, that is to be taken back by me. For that, if at all empaneled advocates are there, bank will prefer, and they are getting, usually they are getting little bit higher. I am not dumping all the cases to one empaneled advocates. Once I am dumping, then automatically he may not they complete the cases in time. I am equally spreading the cases. Here also, and some of the critical cases are some of the high value cases. I am always preferring those who are performing well. Address the conflicts, queries raised by the suspended directors. Even suspended directors, every time they are interacting with the IP or IRP or RP, they are raising some queries. Some queries it is unable to answer by me. And address the conflicts. They are creating problem because of their company. They are thinking that is their company. And I am handling that particular company for a time being. And raise the suspended directors. This is also a big challenge. Address the conflict of queries raised by the operational creditors. Even in one case, the operational creditors are used to visit my house. Sir, when you are going to pay the amount? I am in trouble. One corporate CIRP is facing, one corporate is facing CIRP. The ancillary units, nearly 100 ancillary units who are supporting the raw material to the main company, they are also turned into non-performing asset. Because here, particularly the main company and particularly ancillary units, that linkage is there. So the side effects are there. Once the company is facing problem, whatever the products, particularly pharma company, in Hyderabad is famous for pharma. Once one pharma company is turned into non-performing asset, and the bank is particularly financial creditor is they filed a case with NCLT. Then automatically the operational creditors, particularly those who are providing boxes, those who are providing the glass bottles, small bottles, and so many ancillary units are there. All are turned into non-performing. CIRP 1 and 100, the corporate MSME CIRPs. MSME CIRP, I'm not talking about the big corporates. MSME CIRP are also suffering. One big company is facing CIRP means the chain is the action is there. Nearly 50 to 100 companies, they are also facing problem. Once these are repaid, particularly the big corporate is repaid their dues, then automatically the recycling of funds will happen. Address the conflicts and the operational qualities. They will ask. And a number of calls are also received. Sorry, when you are settling, sir, because they may not aware of the intricacies. Because if all people are aware of this one, they also keep quiet. Because that the company may not aware of the IBC rules, regulation, and what is a moratorium. When they after that liquidation, if at all resolution plans are not come out, all these things they may not aware. That's why they are acquiring. Otherwise, they are not disturbing the IP, but it is a big challenge. Address the conflict raised by the suppliers of raw material during going concern. Sometimes the unit to be continued, but as raw material is a key factor, labor is also a key factor, utility services is also a key factor. If these inputs are not there, how output will come? We are talking about going concern, going concern, going concern. Going concern, correct. Particularly in economics, the factors of production. The factors of production here also, it is very important. If that factors of production is not a problem is there, then going concern is also a problem. Address the conflicts raised by the unions, association, workers, and employees. In some organization, trade unions are there. For workers, different Majadur union, that union, this union, and they are doing directly because you are the CEO, CFO of the company, CEO of the company. So that's why we have to address. And whatever the problems are there, whatever the issues are there, sir, when we are going to pay the salaries of the workers or the employees. So the worker employees, all these conflicts are there, inadequate infrastructure. Even though particularly different infrastructure that is required for the company, that is also missing.
Shivramji,
Sir.
actually, the IBBA has not given any focus on securing the IPs because in 2017 June,
Sir.
I handled a case in a manufacturing company.
Sir.
While I wanted to seize the factory, taking into possession of my hands,
Sir.
and the director himself stated that we are not no way concerned. This person is the concern. He is the IP. He will issue the salaries and everything. They rounded me for 24 hours.
So this type of
the employees rounded my salary. You have to give my salary.
Correct.
So we are going to save a person who is under the ICU.
Sir,
and
sir.
The person is saving himself, and they are throwing into ICU. IPs are into the ICU.
Correct,
so
sir.
From 2017, I handled 3 cases. The 3 cases are same.
Sir.
Thereafter, I became the counsel advocate, even High Court, Supreme Court, and NCLT. It's a loyal job. IP is really nobody knows. It's a really postman job. He is answerable to everyone. But IBBA is focusing that he is the main person CEO. No.
Correct, sir. Correct.
That is quite 0% valid. IBBA, even IPS are not protecting the IPs. That is why from past 5 years, I am not practicing as an insolvency professional. I am loyal in the council as an advocate, even in NCLT or maybe in a Supreme Court, that they are not protecting the IPs.
Correct, sir.
So if an employee, one of the worker came with a bottle, beer bottle, and they wants to kick on me at the time, who will protect?
Correct.
So there should be a common roof should be there for all IPs.
Correct,
we are
sir.
Professionals, not a layman to utilize whatever the language they are utilizing. We have to face that language. Workers, they don't know. We cannot focus them. Their workers means they may not be 10th class or maybe may not degree below.
All these things are to be.
We cannot criticize them, but the main focus is directors who are suspended. They are throwing the stone on IPs.
They instigated the people and they are throwing on the IPs. Correct.
Yes. So that protection is not there from either from the IPA, either from the IBPA.
Correct. So that's why the insolvency professional agency's role is whatever the problems, whatever the challenges that are facing by the IIRP or IP or whatever is there, that is brought to the notice of IBBA and suitable.
How many years? We started practicing 7 years back when the Act code came into the force. We are IPs.
Yes.
But that date till date, there is no protection to the IP.
Correct.
So everything what we have to do charter, we have to mail them. This is the what happened. Even local police also won't support. Why? Because the local MLA will support the workers, not to us.
Yes. Okay, sir.
They are supporting workers.
Correct.
That day, MLA is in picture to save the workers, not to me.
Yes, sir.
This was happened. Whatever the topic chosen is correct.
Correct. Sir, inadequate infrastructure, severe liquidity problems, sir. Sir, once it is a non-performing asset, who will give loan to that one? We are talking about interim finance. Now, private companies are also they are giving interim finance. The interim finance is a costly affair. Particularly, if at all you are continue the unit as a going concern, the internal rate of return. The internal rate of return is 15%. But if they are charging 20%, is it profitable to continue the company? IRR is 15 and borrowing cost is 20. And how to overcome this problem? So the severe liquidity problem, source of finance to run the company as a going concern. This is also a big challenge. Source of finance to monthly payments. Sir, whether you are going concern or not, monthly payments are that is as good as a fixed. Particularly security. Minimum employees are there. Minimum officials are required. That monthly. If at all I am not giving, even security will also leave the organization. Once the security is, I have to close the gates with the help of a chabi. So here, the source of finance, because of some, sir, all these problems or challenges are not faced by most of the people. It depends upon the degree of the company. Some of the companies, simple companies are there. Some of the company, big companies are there. But here, all are taken into consideration and they have defined these challenges. To meet the monthly payments, security staff, some employees will continue. Some employees will, officials are required. No work, no pay. That a decision is also given. Okay. But no work, no pay. But here, the minimal or skeleton stuff is required. For that, monthly payments are inevitable. If at all I am not giving, then without notice also they will leave that. In that case, who is giving security to the company assets and who is providing a minimal services to me? That is also CIRP cost, particularly advertisements, expression of interest, or conveyance, law experts fees, or values fees. Every time, even the financial COC is there. COC also, they hesitate to give. Boss, already I have given loan. That is a turn into bad. What is this additional expenditure? That type of questions are also raised by some of the financial creditors. I'm not talking about all financial creditors. If at all the banks are there, they are ready. Because they know once the account turn into bad, definitely some inevitable legal expenditure or valuation, all are that is inevitable. Nil resolution plans. Even though I am giving expression of interest, and sometimes nobody is ready to take over the company because it depends upon the importance of the company. If the demand is less and the supply is more in that particular sector, nobody will take. In that case, I have to move to the liquidation. And once I have to move to the liquidation, then it is the people will get a peanuts. So that's why nil resolution plan or some people poor resolution plans. And I have to evaluate that evaluation matrix. I have to evaluate. Once I have evaluated with evaluation matrix, that model evaluation matrix as defined by IBC, that is also a big problem. Once the rating is less, how to hand over this company? Once the rating is poor, whether I don't have any confidence whether he will continue the company as a going concern and give the results. That is also a question mark. Evaluation of resolution, particularly verify the resolution applicants. Today, those who are filing the applications, particularly expression of interest, the resolution applicants. Section 29 verification is also must. Even though puff transactions are there, we will verify. But whenever the resolution applicants are filed the resolution plan, what is their background? Whether they are capable, whether they are creditworthiness is there or not. All these things are to be evaluated. Then only I have to hand over the company to them by taking the bank guarantee, etc., etc. This is also a big problem. Follow up with the resolution applicant. Today, because I am the eyewitness in NCLT Hyderabad, one resolution applicant submitted, that is finalized. Even after finalization, also 3 months, he never visited to that particular Andaman. The unit is located at Andaman. Then Honorable Adjudicating Authority is asking, why you have applied, why you are not interested, what is the reason? No, sir, I am interested. But in that case, why you are, if at all you are interested, why you have not visited to see the unit? What is the present status? So some of the people, out of their anxiety or out of their curiosity, they file the resolution plan. After that, they want to withdraw the. Then it is a square one process. And what is the time schedules are there? Again, from square one means it is a difficult task. And follow up with the resolution. Limited support from COC. Even though bankers are there, consortium advance, who has to bear the expenditure? No, boss, you are the consortium leader, you bear, later on, you take the CARP cost first. Everybody disown their responsibility. And the financial creditors, etc. Fulfillment of regulatory guidelines. One side, being an IP, I have to fulfill the regulatory guidelines, IBBA guidelines, and the adjudicating authority orders. I have to obey the adjudicating authority of compliances, etc. In that particular scenario also, all have to be fulfilled. One side this regulatory guidelines, second side adjudicating authority address, sometimes compliance. Today compliance, if it are like delayed, then huge penalties. Even though you are expressing your why the delay, even though you are ventilated your this one case, no, they are not listening. Renewal is insurance policy. Who will bear the renewal of insurance policies? Particularly companies there against a fire, against a theft, against an earthquake. That insurance policies of a plant and machinery stock, if a stock is there, or building, that is required. Otherwise, who will bear that? That in some cases also, on account of a non-fulfillment of the renewal of the policy, that cost has to be borne by the IP only. The renewal of insurance policy of various assets of the company. Some other companies say, if at all I am leave it like that, if at all any theft or fire or burglary or happened, then they will ask first IP. The insurance policy. Renewal of a pollution control board certificate. If at all it is a going concern. And every year, yearly once I have to renew the pollution control board certificate also. For that, they have to visit, they have to give support, all this. It is also an expenditure, fulfillment of listing agreement, terms and conditions with the SEBI. I should not stop. Even though the shares are decreasing, still the company is live. But it is not the financial creditor filed in the CARP. That is queries raised by media. If at all some industries are located in a society, particularly all industries are located in society, media will ask when the unit will turn into good, when the commercial production will happen, who is going to be taken by the company, how long it will take, what is why you have retrenched some other people, because no work, no pay. When you are taken over, all these things, as the person, CFO, CEO of the company, you have to give the proper communication to them. If at all you are not giving communication, they will give in a different communication in the news. In case of a big companies, threat, demand from the public or society. Because once the company is in live, the company is also providing some social responsibility, corporate social responsibility. Once it is, public will also ask. Earlier, the company is going to be provided that particular water and other things, and we are in we are not getting like that. It is not a specific one, different. Even though we are calling it is a calm period, it is not a calm period. IRP and RP moratorium period is called a calm period. You have to sit and nobody will touch you. means all these people will touch. All these practical challenges, what I discussed is not applicable to all the units. Case by case analysis. It make some cases within a short span, within 30 days, they compromise with the bank or one-time settlement with the bank. Definitely that IP is a happiest IP. Some cases, if at all this type of problems are there, it is unhappy IP. So it depends upon case by case, the size of the unit. These challenges are not applicable to all unit. Only one or two cases, one or challenges may be applicable, or in big companies, most of the challenges will be applicable. So this is a practical challenges, but these are practical challenges to be addressed by the IP with the confidence, with the courage, with the knowledge, with the planning, time management, etc. Now coming to facilitating accessibility of the financial document of RPs. Facilitating accessibility of the financial document of the RPs. Suppose if you take the research also done in this regard, some research was also done. The research indicates 80% of the corporate data lack of documentation models and don't properly maintain. Even though we are talking about ROC, uploading all the information with ROC. Earlier, we used it to maintain books, registers, etc. Today, on account of technology, all are in RAM, random access memory. All are in RAM only. If some of the people, particularly whenever I am going to handle the case, first I will ask the systems administrator, where is he? First I disable the password and user ID to all the people. Once I am doing this work, they may change the information in the RAM. So the user ID and password is very, very important. Because the heart of the company is in RAM only. Earlier, all books are there, important books. Today, there is no books. All are in the computer hardware only. And if at all are access that particular records, definitely today cyber frauds are happening. Changing the data, changing the information, or virus, if at all they put virus, and particularly the backups are not available. How to handle the case? Tell me, sir. So that's why even the IBB also done some research in this regard. 80% of the corporate data is lack of documentation models. Today, digitalization is there. In banks also, all documents are digitalization. Physical documentation, even audit also, they can audit that particular work from their office itself. They need not visit to the bank also. Particularly concurrent auditor, or in the coming days, a statutory audit also, they can do from their house. Because whatever the register, vouchers, all are digitalization. Once the voucher is online, it is available. What is the purpose of visiting to a branch? Here, in most of the corporates, documentation models and proper maintenance of books is missing. Okay, next, RPs also told. Because of this research, resolution of profession, 83% of the stated companies are devoid of proper documentation, both statutory and non-statutory. In that case, once you got the assignment, how to handle the assignment? To handle the assignment, the major issue is the documentation. If no proper documentation is available, or whatever the figures are not available, but how to handle? Suppose I take for example, all creators, operational creators, they have supplied raw material, that documentation, invoice or GST rate, all are not available. In that case, how to handle? That 83% of resolution professionals also argued, no sir, okay, research indicates that 80% of the corporate. 60% of the said that for RPs to get information pertaining to the financial and operational aspects of the company. 60% of the RPs they told, sir, it is very tough, sir, pertaining to financial and operational aspects of the company. Today, even though we are company secretaries, we know the balance sheet and all these things. As a banker, whenever I am interacting with the corporate debtors, particularly the promoters of the company, they are used to prepare 3 balance sheets. One balance sheet for tax purpose, one balance sheet for finance purpose, one balance sheet for different purpose, like that. If that is the case, which balance sheet? 2 days back only, one pharma is turned into non-performing. 90 days completed, it is a substandard. Then I ask, for the last 5 years, sir, I'm struggling. I am incurring losses, sir. Can I have a look on your profit and loss account? For the last 5 years, the company profit is showing. In that case, how the bank will believe that you are facing the problem of loss? No, sir. If at all any buyer is there, to show the buyer, I have prepared like this. If that is the case, which statement is the correct statement? It is a question mark for all of us. It is worthwhile to note that record keeping is essential for smooth organization of the CAM. Record keeping. That is the main issue. In that case, how you will verify the PUF transaction, preferential, undervalue, fraudulent, or extraordinary transactions? If documents are not there, records are not there for the last 1 year or 2 years related party, how you will verify? Then it is also a question mark. Now, we will discuss about section 19. Section 19. Personnel to extend cooperation to the interim resolution profession. The corporate data person, they should cooperate with the interim resolution. So just now one professional sir told me that, sir, I faced this type of problem, correct? Most of the people, they are struggling a lot in handling the cases. Today, on account of competition and all these things, the price is also restricted. The fees to be paid to the professionals. 19.1. The person of the corporate data, its promoters, or any other person associated with the management of the corporate data shall extend all assistance and cooperation. But the protection is available, but implementation, theory and practice. Theory is something, practice is different. IP theory is section 19.1. Practice, just Ravichandran sir told me that that is a practice, Prasad. You are talking about the theory. That is a practice, correct? So here, shall extend all assistance and cooperation to the interim resolution as may be required by them managing the affairs of the corporate. But here, even a subsection 2, where any personnel of the corporate data, its a promoter or any other person required to assist or cooperate with the interim does not assist or cooperate, the interim may make the application to the adjudicator. Today, if you see the practice, the honorable adjudicating authorities, particularly in cities, they are flooded with applications. Recently, after the Supreme Court of India judgment, the personal guarantor to corporate data. Now, the Union Bank of India is going to file 2,000 cases of PG2C, personal guarantor to corporate data. They hold that applications based on the guarantee, deed of guarantee. They are going to file 2,000 applications within 1 or 2 months. They are going to file in various MCLTs. Why they hold? Because on account of a stay order in the Supreme Court. once that a particular cases are filed, then the volume of cases and NCLTs will increase. Once NCLTs, whether to give the judgment for that particular cases or admit that particular cases or whatever the assist or cooperative, particularly this type of non-cooperation, if at all I have filed, whether they will look into within a short span of time or not. If at all delayed, damage will happen. For this, the government has to take some initiation. So here, non-cooperation, okay. 19.2, what they told? Okay, you have to file with the adjudicating authority. Adjudicating authority will direct the particular person cooperate. Otherwise, suitable action will be initiated. But this paper to be read by the adjudicating authority, where is the time? Whether to live cases or these cases, this is a practical one. And 19.3, the adjudicating authority on receiving the application under subsection 2 shall by an order direct such person or person compel with the instructions of the resolution to cooperate with him, collection of information and management of the corporate. Particularly in the organization, some of the people in the organization, they believe that magistrate court or a district court or high court or honorable supreme court, all they will think that the courts given means some fear psychosis there. They may not be aware of NCLT or NCLAT or DRT or DRAT, etc. So if at all the order is given, they may oblige, they may not oblige. This is a practical issue. But here, what is the problem is also there, sir. Most of the IPs, they are not brought to the notice of the adjudicating authority. Why should I complain? Then cooperation will be further missing. This type of challenges are there. That's why that's why in the research also, 90% of the RPs, they are not escalating that issue to the NCLT about the non-cooperation and this one. In that case, how they will be protected? How they will be protected? So here, the cooperative within the collection of information management of the corporate data. Suggestion. What is a suggestion? Jurisdictions such as Singapore or United Kingdom or Hong Kong and other respective insolvency and severely penalize any form of non-cooperation. In that cities, the states, the countries also, IBC is there. If you see non-cooperation, this much penalty. If that type of code is there in the country, that type of amendments are made, definitely cooperation will automatically come. Otherwise, it attracts penalty. It is surprising, with a surprisingly low number of Section 19 application in India, language of Section 19 of the code accordingly amended explicitly provide to the non-cooperation on the part of the corporate debtor, albeit with a direct penalty. That language is required. That language is required in the Section 19, then only RP's protection will be available. Otherwise, it is a problem. Officer of the court. You are the officer of the court. Whether you are IRP or RP or liquidator or bankruptcy trustee, whatever the designations they have given for the various products of IBPI, they have given officer of the court. You are the officer of the court. And insolvency professional under the particular code perform various roles. IRP or RP or liquidator or bankruptcy trustee or etc. etc. Resolution or liquidation process. The IBC under section 233 provide protection to IPs. 233. By stating that no suit, no prosecution, or legal proceedings may brought against the IP or liquidator for anything done or intended to be done in good faith. If at all we are negligent, then automatically this section 233 is not applicable to us. Even in a negotiable instrument act also, in good faith without negligence, if the bankers are paid the check, bank will be protected. And Act 1881. But here, in good faith, if at all you act, no suit, no prosecution, no legal proceedings may be brought against IP or liquidator or whatever other designations are there, bankruptcy trustee, etc. Done or intended to be in good faith and according to the provisions of IBC and the rules and regulations. This is also protected. But here, fear psychosis is there in certain number of IPs. Why should I attract all these legal complication or legal battle? Okay, I will be here by 6 months or before 6 months it will wind up. Then why should I invite all these things? If that is there, how to address this type of situations? So section 33 provides a protection to IPs. The IP does accord statutory protection for his or her actions. That is there. In spite of immunities protection available IPs and record, the professionals are facing various hurdles. Even though this is there, still they are while discharging the functions pursuant to the provisions. Lot of hurdles. Some of them are arrested also. So here, first of all, the knowledge, the courage, the management. That is very, very important for the IPs. Some of the hurdles include non-cooperation from the workers, suppliers, promoter, management of the corporate undergoing CM liquidation, non-availability of the timely information, and completing the CIRP within the timelines of all these things are comes under the non-cooperation only. As per the precedents set under the IBC, IP considered as an officer of the court. You are the officer of the court. You are not an ordinary person. You are the representatives of the NCLT. You are the representatives of the NCLT. And is required to be protected by law. For all kinds of hurdles he or she faces during the IBC process. Whatever the various sections that are available, use the test sections at an appropriate time, at an appropriate place. However, professionals are facing criminal prosecutions also. Some of the professionals, they are facing criminal prosecution, arrests in some cases, while functioning officer of the court. Even though we are designated as officers of the court, still arrests are there, criminal cases are there. Because here, these things are not percolated to other centers. That is the biggest problem. That is the biggest problem. If IPS are coordinated with IPS and they resolve their issues both by IBBR and IPA, definitely the system will be stabilized and rationalized. Till such a time, the protection is a question mark. Section 204 of the Insolvency Code deals with the functions of the IPAs. I'm talking about not IP, insolvency professional agencies. Section 204 of the code deals with the functions of the IPAs. one among the various critical functions listed in the code performed by the insolvency professional agency is safeguard the rights, their privileges, their interests of the insolvency profession. Who are the members? That is the role of the activation to become from the IPA under section 204. If that is there, protection of IPS will happen. The role of the IPS are also there. Arrest in some cases while functioning the officer of the court, that should not arise. Some cases, if IPS are supported, the IPS will also brought to their notices, then system will stabilize. Otherwise, system stabilization or rationalization is not possible. Practical situations. Some of the situations where that seen IP have faced challenges are frivolous and malicious misuse, supplication, or complaints filed with the promoters, directors, employees of the corporate data, or persons instigated by them, creditors or members of the COC, or disgranted prospective resolution before the adjudicating authority, board, or IPA. Alleging, inter alia, that you are neglected the duties and you are unfair, that you are collusion, all these things, these people, they are doing, they are complaining, they are brought to the notice of the IPP or IPA. These are the situations. They are colluded, sir. This IP is colluded with so and so. This IP is colluded with so and so. He is unfair, or he is neglected the duties, or other stakeholders indulging corrupt practices. Sir, in liquidation, he is they hand over the company with a lower price, even though the market price is like this, or he has taken some bribe. All these things are happening, deliberately providing incorrect, inaccurate, and false information. These are some of the situations where IPs have been faced challenges. Not only this one, COC failing to approve genuine expenses. If it will, quality of work always be costly. Quality of the profession is always be costly. It is not cheap. Today, people are always prefer quality. Quality of a profession is also, some of the professions, they are telling, no, sir, I'm handling the personal guarantor to corporate data for 10,000 per month. Quality will be deteriorated. He may get 10 or 20 cases, personal guarantor to corporate. Quality will be deteriorated. As a human being, 24 hours only for us. Out of that, we have to spend 10 hours for sleep. Remaining 14 hours, whatever other personal activities. The leftover time is max to max 8 hours. In that 8 hours, how he will handle that 20 cases? With quality. Quality banks are also, particularly the financial creditor, compromising the quality. COC refusing to fund the mandatory expenses incurred by approved fees and expenses due to IP, instance where the corporate data has insufficient or nil free of cash flows. One side, the company is a liquidity problem, cash flows are not there. We are talking about interior finance supported to be given by the COC, that too mandatory expenses. If all these things are not there, how the CIRP move in a faster manner? These are the hurdles. These are the challenges. COC member compromise the independence of the IP. Some of the members, they are managing the IPs by attempting pressurize the IP to appoint or not to appoint the particular professional as a valuer or advisor. They are giving pressurize. Boss, don't appoint that person, you appoint this person. Otherwise, question mark, question mark, question mark. Whatever the eligible fees is there, that will be hold. Support all. Once you are not say no, then automatically the repercussions we have to face. The capacity threatening directly or indirectly block approval of release of fees or expenses. This is the realities. These are the realities. Incorrect, accurate, inaccurate, false information or declaration provided by any person involved in CA, which may result in inadvertent action or lack it by their IP resulting in loss, financial or otherwise the corporate debtor. So we have to justify our profession. We should not yield anything. We have to follow the rules, regulation, and the code, whatever the defined by the IBPA or Government of India. Non-receipt of delay, receipt of the requisite information from the stakeholder by the RP resulting compromise of the mandatory or model timelines. Today, if you see the research also, particularly number of, even though we are talking about a fast turnaround, CARP fast turnaround, thereby financial creditors or asset reconstruction companies, they are getting their funds quickly. That is on paper. But here, delayed. That's why whenever I am giving lecture to the people, the PERT, PERT, PERT and CPM, critical path method and program evaluation review technique. If you see that one, then if you understand that concept can be introduced in the CARP process. Simultaneously, so many activities can be completed within a shorter span of time. And model timelines or code regulations, non-compliance of the statutory or regulatory requirements of the IBC. Non-receipt of delay, receipt of the requisite information. We should not wait. If at all they are non-cooperative, brought to the notice, okay, NCLT number of cases are there. That is also I agreed. NCLT, honorable NCLT, they may delay on account of various reasons. That is also okay. But our duty, what is our role? That is to be fulfilled. That is to be fulfilled. Creditors, when responding to the communication, are not cooperating. In order to understand the operation, prepare strategy for resolution. Stringent libraries is a major challenge faced with. All are inevitable. We are living in that particular environment only. You have to develop strategies to overcome that challenges. If at all I am going to handle the case, CARP case, oh, this is a cakewalk, no problems, means definitely I am the sufferer. My health will also be spoiled. You presume that all problems are there. I have to attack the problems with the courage, timelines, and management skills and knowledge. General guidelines and checkpoint to kept in mind by the insolvency profession. Okay, those are the problems are there. Okay, protections are also available. Okay, general guidelines. What are the checkpoints? So, being a professional, first of all, an insolvency professional should abide the prescribed code, conduct relevant rules, regulations, should be avoid the action to discredit the profession. As IP, whenever the IBBA is uploading the information with regard to latest regulations, I use it to download whatever the earlier is scrapped. That beauty is there in IBBA. Whenever any changes are happening, they will like it is a master circular of RBI. RBI, they use it to give master circular. On that day, whatever earlier is there, all are updated. That beauty is there in IBBA. Here, an insolvency practitioner should reasonably identify the existence of the threats to compliance and due care while dealing with the prior existing threat. Prior existing. It is common. In most of the companies, it is common. But if at all it is a smooth sailing, that whatever CIRP is easy, but it is not happening. It is a dream. It is a dream. Before accepting any assignment of the code, IP shall self-assess his competency to handle the particular assignment in terms of infrastructure. I don't have the manpower. I don't have the staff. But a big company, and only one question, the case I am discussing here. Nagarjuna Fertilizers Company, NFCL. It is located in Kakinada. That is, there's production is fertilizers to the agriculturist. That is IDBI Bank and State Bank of India, all banks put together, it is 1,500 crores. And the 2 plants are there. And the IP, it is the first case of the IP, who is a retired assistant general manager from State Bank of India. Immediately, he don't have the staff and all these things. He requested the entity and provided the staff. And with this army, he visited to the registry office of the Nagarjuna Fertilizers Chemicals Limited. And from the day one onwards, he interacted with the people and get the information and implement the strategies, and he is a successful one. On the day one, the NFCL, particularly GAIL, Gas Authority of India Limited, they are used to supply the gas. And they want to stop the supply of the gas because the company is to be paid. The company has to pay nearly 300 crores for them. Immediately, he interacted with me or other professionals. What is the solution? Immediately, he interacted with the consortium leader, that is IDBI Bank. Because if the gas is not supplied, stopped by the GAIL, Gas Authority of India Limited, then automatically it will not be a going concern. And whatever the equipment and all these things to be modified and additional capital expenditure, and it will take another 30 days for starting the plant. And in the meantime, whatever the raw material, all these things, it will be a problem. Some raw material is in process. All these things are there. Then he directly interacted with the Director of Finance of the NFCL. Sir, I'm calling from so-and-so. I'm the IRP for this NFCL. So your people told that you are going to stop that gas supply to the Nagarjuna Fertilizers Company. If at all is stopped, then it will be a problem. Whatever earlier dues are there, the 300, definitely I will take care of with the COC and all these things, or resolution applications, applicants whenever they are submitting the resolution plans and all these things. And whatever the 3 crores per day, 3 crores, they are used to supply the gas, 3 crores. This 3 crores through escrow account, I will get it approved by the financial creditor daily through escrow account. Whatever the receivables are there, from that receivables, 3 crores we will pay to. But old debts that we will not, we should not pay, and I will take care of. And he prepared the note, immediately fax it, and immediately get it approved by the financial creditor, IDBI Bank, and send that one. Now the unit is continued. If that is keep quiet, the IP is IRP is keep quiet and not interactive with the financial creditor, not interactive with the gainer, the finance director, definitely the unit will be halted and no production, and we have to pay to the wages, and the workers are also happy. Once that is a halt, then automatically lot of huge crime I have to face from the workers, employees, or so many things, problems, different problems will arise. On that day, immediately within half day, the solutions are arrived. Okay, same may not be applicable to other companies. It may be different. What I am telling is this is a success story. This is a role model. And this type of different strategies, I'm not talking about this strategy may not be applicable to others. And here, any assignment, self-assess the competence to handle. Whether I am competent, once I am not competent, then I have to take the assistance of the people also. There is no problem. Everybody is not 100% perfect. Particularly assignment in terms of infrastructure, manpower, technology, skill set, professional bandwidth, and sectorial knowledge. That is very, very important. Today, if at all I am handling the cotton textile, I should be know about the process and all this. If at all I am handling the sugar industry, or if at all I am handling the petrochemical, or if at all I am handling the other power projects, I should have the knowledge. What is the process? What is the inputs? What is the output? Who is the buyers? What is the competition? Who are the players in the market? Some homework is required. Then efficiently handling the particular case. IP shall not accept any assignment in case of inadequate infrastructure. Later on, if at all I am not the inadequate infrastructure, if at all I will face the problem. An insolvency professional must evaluate and identify if there is exist in the professional or personal relation with the create of conflicts later. In a situation where no safeguard can be reduced to threat, insolvency not accept. Otherwise, okay, here it is your personal decision. I'm giving only suggestion. But here, for every problem, there will be a solution. That solution to be arrived. Not accept the insolvency appointment. An insolvency professional should be mindful of his or her acts, keep the appropriate checks and balance of appropriate procedures in place to deal with such matters. That's why it is a profession. It is not a simple profession. Worldwide well-recognition is there for this profession. So the insolvency mindful acts to keep the appropriate checks and balances and appropriate procedures in place. If at all I am talking number of successful stories, n number of success stories, some people, some units, because I am a banker, particularly in the banking also, some promoters always be a successful promoter. Some promoters, even if you give the sick unit also, they will turn around. Some promoters, if you give the healthy unit also, it will turn into the sick also. It depends upon the individual strategies and whatever their decisions and all these things. It depends upon so many factors. IP should be maintain professional competence through continuous awareness and understanding the developments in the insolvency risk, prevailing critical issues, ideal safeguard the addressing time. Don't delay. 1 day delay means countdown starts. On day-to-day basis, the works are to be completed. Even future dates also, some works are to be completed today also. That is not a problem. So IP should be maintain professional competence through continuous awareness and understanding the developments of the insolvency regime, prevailing critical issues and ideal safeguard the addressing time. IP should be maintained strict confidentiality. Sir, once a problem arises, instead of asking a protection and all these things, some of them are within your purview. What I am telling is, instead of facing the problem, if some of the issues confidential, regard the information received the corporate data through the business or profession. If at all that is revealed to others, then conflict will arise, then problem will arise, then you require protection. Instead of that, some information confidentiality is required. Only one person should know, and that information should be known by the COC members or the adjudicating authority. IP should be endeavored to maintain good rapport with the participants of the committee of creditors. Some of the IPs, my personal experience, those who are having 70% stake or voting right, they are moving with those people, not they are leaving the another 30% people. No. We should maintain the cordial. Otherwise, these people, they may create problem. And unnecessarily, we have to spend the time to address that problem. Instead of that, if at all cordial relations are there with all the people, then the problem will not arise. That's why initially at the time of this class, I told this is not with the legal or judicial pronouncement, etc. It is particularly the management skills. Once the problem is arise, conflicts arise, then you require protection means that is not correct. Some of them are you can resolve on your own. Some of them may not be resolved. That whatever the sections are there, that sections we have to use it. In the event of the personal threats to the insolvency, support from the local authorities should also be sought. Security agents should be hired. And the life-threatening situations. Sometimes life-threatening situations will arise from the corporate data or others. If any, immediately that message should be percolated to the committee of creditors adjudicating authority immediately without a loss of time. Without a loss of time. Otherwise, we have to face the consequences. If at all life-threatening situations are there, immediately the committee of creditors, by way of mail or by way of mail to others also, and pass on the message to the adjudicating authority for seeking necessary directions. How to overcome the problem? Sir, these situations will not arise, may not arise in almost all cases, rare cases, and overall, what are the challenges that are there we are discussing? Not even a particular case, it is overall. IP should not accept any kind of referral fees or commission, which may pose any threat of the objective resolution or liquidation. If at all we are yield something, definitely that is to be compensated. So if I am not yield anything, no question of compensation. IP should be vigilant throughout the process. Carelessness, no. Endorsement, delegation, all these things are to be stopped. If at all I endorsed my or delegated my job to others, then these problems will arise. I should be vigilant throughout the process. Identify the fraudulent, preferential, onerous, extraordinary creditors, reporting the same to the adjudicating authority. Even one example, not related to the IBC. One fraud was happened in my branch where earlier I worked in State Bank of India. Normally, some of the branch managers, they will discuss with the boss, this is a fraud, boss, this is a this much amount, sir. Once or twice I verified whether I confirmed that it is a fraud. Immediately I brought to the notice of the management by way of email. After that, a discussion started. If at all I have not informed, discussion started. Sir, that is a poor man, sir. Recently joined, sir. His salary is 20,000, sir. If at all you booked the case, his life will be spoiled. All these things, and ultimately I am unable to escalate the issue to the top officials. In the meantime, union leaders, association, it all will come. If at all you informed, Mr. Prasad, if at all you informed, then we will see your end. Instead of that, all these things, I'm ready. That's why immediately I informed the case to the top official. Then while discussing also, I reiterate that one. Then automatically they are taken. Otherwise, a lot of threats and other things are there. Some of them are real threats, some of them are fabricated threats. All these things are there. That's why, if that is the case, get the approval from the COC and inform to the adjudicating authority. Steps to be safeguarded. Continuous professional training is very much required, sir. Madam. Even the lectures run into 3 hours or 2 hours or 1 hour. Some message will be there. Some persons don't expect 3 hours the value addition. Even sometimes in 10 minutes, one aspect that gives a good value, the value addition to your knowledge. Online query platform to be created by IPS and IBPS. If this type of situations are there, if the online queries are also required, that is to be created by IPS or IBPS. Advisory and assistance cell to be provided by IPA, IBBA. If at all any threats or protection is ever required, that is advisory assistance cell, dedicated cell. Today, for cyber frauds, 24/7, 24/7 call centers are available. Cyber frauds in different languages. Because the number of cases are increasing, that's why almost all banks, they have created that. Like that, if the protection means suddenly they may tell to now, immediately I have to escalate this issue. I have to ventilate that problem to the appropriate authority. Appropriate authorities is IPA or IBBA or adjudicating authority or local police only. Or COC, Virtual Insolvency Professional Club. Form the club. Every 15 days or 1 month, meet the club members. But this problem arises. Any solutions? And a levy penalty for frivolous or vexatious or false complaints against the insolvency. That is to be introduced by the government. Then only the protection is available. The last one is arrangement of insurance cover. So today, health insurance policies or motor insurance policies we are taking, it doesn't mean we are going to hit the car with the other person, or we are going to in the health position will be due to all these things. Safety side, it is a safety bracket. Insurance cover, take insurance cover. It doesn't mean that you are going to face the problem. No. So that's why health insurance policy. Last 7 years, I'm taking continuing the health insurance policy. But every year I'm paying 30,000 like that. I'm not treating as a cost. In case contingency. So here that is also required. Resolution. issues faced by the resolution of IPs, whatever the IPs faced problem that is to be resolved by none other than the COC or adjudicating authority or IPA or IBBA, furnish some best practices. Whether Mr. Prasad or Hari or Gopal, whoever is giving the information, if that is the best, implement the same. Even today, my gurus are there in the bank. Whatever their best practices, 10 to 5, they focus on the banking work. After 5:30, it is my personal lifetime. I don't want to spend that personal time to. And 10 to 5 with a lot of planning and managerial ability. That's why next I will discuss about the management qualities also. And the formulation, knowledge-based sharing is also required. Once the knowledge is there, that is to be disseminated to others. Definitely some result will be there. So, shall we break for tea, sir? Madam?
Sir, sure, sir. We can have a short break for 10-15 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
financial modeling
Madam, shall I start now?
Yes, sir, we can start.
Voice is audible, madam?
Yes, sir, voice is audible. We can start.
Okay. Now, as I told earlier, sir, any discussion, sir? Sir, any type of discussion? Sir or madam? Okay.
Sir, we can have it at the end, sir.
Sir?
We can have it at the end, sir.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you. Sir, now, as I told earlier, that knowledge about code, about rules, about regulations of IBC. Second one is courage to handle the hostile environment of the corporate data premises. And the third one is managerial skills. These three traits or qualities that are required for the insolvency profession. If these are missing, then it may create some problems. But in big cases, tough cases, and these three are compulsory. Now I will discuss some aspects of the management, and after that sections like that. After that, in different cases, what the decision was given by the adjudicating authorities. Management. Management is the process of planning and organizing. You have to plan the activities 180 days at a stretch by jotting the planner in a planner and organizing the events, the resources, the activities of the business, particularly the activities or process of the CARP. Achieve the specific goal. What is your goal? It should be completed within 180 days by getting good resolution plans and accept the best resolution applicant in an effective and efficient manner. Here cost, particularly smooth sailing, even though hurdles are inevitable, there is no doubt, undoubtedly. And all these things are to be taken care of by you only with the help of managerial skills. Efficient in management refers to the completion of tasks. Whatever the deadline, that model timetable given by the IBBI in the regulation about the CARP or other areas, whatever the deadline, that is the upper cap, sir. It doesn't mean I have to complete by the day. Why not before? Correctly with minimal cost. Whether it is a valuation or particularly the transactional auditor, another name is called forensic auditor, and whatever the public announcement or expression of interest, because here it is a sick company or a defunct company. That's why the cost should be minimized. Effective in management relates to completion of tasks, specific timelines, and yield tangible results. Whatever the amount we are spending, whatever the time we are spending, ultimately the results should happen. The purpose of INC 28, E-Form 28, because the register needs to be informed. You have to inform to the register of companies about the order of the court or tribunal or any other competent authority which the company or liquidator has to file E-Form INC 28 with ROC, informing about the order, about your order, that is CARP or whatever that is there, which may take a form of approval. You are intimating the same to the ROC and the extension of time particularly some of the, because that company is the problem so many years, and balance sheet is not uploaded. All these problems are there, that you have to get the time. Condemnation of non-compliance, sometimes they may not comply earlier. That's why the condemnation. For all this purpose, INC, the E-form INC 28 is required. Once INC 28 is form is approved by ROC, only the IP, that is RPA or IRP or liquidator, shall therefore be called allowed to file any form on behalf of the company. You are the authorized person. You are the chief executive officer of the company. For all subsequent filings, IP shall be chosen as a designation as a chief executive officer. You are a designated. That's why you have to sign the balance sheet if at all it is a live company, for the purpose of filing e-forms in various e-forms. That is a Ministry of Commerce, a Ministry of Corporate Affairs, General Circular 4 and 8 of 2020. This is 4 and 8 of 2020. Now coming to non-cooperation. That is section 19 of IBC. Debtors, directors or promoters, etc. They are non-cooperative. They are giving wrong information. They are not providing the information. All these things. Research indicates that the corporate CIRP conducted under IBC code, the corporate debtor does not fully cooperate with the resolution profession, and one of the major reasons for delay in the entire CIRP process. Once he is cooperated, things will happen in a different fashion. He is not cooperating. Once the absence of information, the IP is struggled to get the information from other sources. That's why the process is delayed. Even though RPs have a recourse under section 19(2) of the code, the approach of the code compelled that the cooperation of the corporate debtor, only 3% of RPs are filed with the application and approach to the courts. Out of the 100 cases, only 3% are approached the NCLT about the non-cooperation, and they are approaching the NCLTs and pray them to issue the suitable orders. Only 3% means that is the fault lies with some of the people. Only 3%. This is not the research done by me. This is a research done by the IBPA. Out of the 100 cases of non-cooperation, only 3% of people are approaching the NCLT. Why not 100? Then suitable amendments, particularly in the code or regulations, etc., will happen. Section 92, the code is not being fully utilized by the RPs. This is the IBPA contention. To take recourse to the courts on the grounds of non-cooperation of the corporate debtor. Escalate the issue. Get their support. Why in that particular CIRP war, you are only fighting? Why not with the support of others? Once the support is there, your courage, your confidence, your timely completion, your effective management is possible. Section 9(2) is a section wide import that it does not provide what type of orders can be passed by the court or the adjudicating authority. That is a question mark. That is a question mark. Section 19(2) is a section with a wide import that it does not provide what type of orders they will give. Simply, they will give the order support. Otherwise, matter viewed seriously. Adjudicating authority, except effectively compelling the corporate debtor to cooperate with the RP. They are simply sending. But some clear message should be there. If at all you are not supporting, these are the repercussions, these are the consequences. Adjudicating authority in the matter of Edu infrastructure and school management limited, that is a petitioner corporate data, under Mr. Ashwini Mehra, resolution professional, under Mr. Vinod Kumar Dandona, suspended director and others held that the corporate data shall be held responsible for non-submission of the information as well as non-cooperation with RP and liable for punishment under section 70 of the code. Section 70 is a general provision penalizing any parties who are liable for misconduct of the CAR. If you read the number of judicial pronouncement in the regard, particularly non-cooperation, n number of this said, but that n number is restricted to only 3%. But if you ask all the people, whenever they are, then they will devise a suitable system in this regard. Only 3% the people are addressing means they are believing that 90%, 97% of the people they are using their skills and overcome the problems. They are also facing the problems, but they are not brought to the notice of the NCLT. Section 70. According to section 70 of the code, the following: an officer of the corporate data or on or after the insolvency commencement date will be treated as a misconduct. Section 70 clearly states it is a protection available to the IP. When he does not disclose the resolution professional all the details of the property of the corporate data and the details of transaction, there such other information required by the resolution. Protection is there. Implementation is important. And IBPA himself, they told only 3% of the people they are expressing their problem to the adjudicating authority. Why not 100%? Once 100% is escalated, okay, it is a burden. Okay, they may not give in timely. Okay, it may create a problem. All side effects are there. Still, we have to brought to their notice. When does not deliver the resolution profession, part of the property of the corporate data in his control or custody, which is required to deliver. Once he is not, particularly the person is not handing over the property of the corporate data also, that is covered under this section. When he does not deliver to the resolution profession, all books and papers in his control or custody belongs to the corporate data, and when he is required to deliver. Then when he is faced to inform the resolution profession, information in his knowledge that the data has been falsely provided by any person during the corporate. For all these things, protection is there. If that is not happening, we have to brought to the notice of the adjudicating authority. When he prevents the production of a book or paper affecting the relating the property of the effects of the corporate data, in that case also he has to. When the accounts for any property or the corporate data fictitious or losses or expenses, or if he is attempted to meeting the creditor of that within the 12 months immediately preceding the protections are there, sections are there, and that is to be used properly. Once we are using that sections, then only if there is a weakness in that section, still the people are not they obey the orders of the NCLT, then where it will be that punishments like Singapore and other countries, whatever the punishments, particularly monetary punishment, the penalties are there, that will be imposed. So here the volumes are very, very important. All these things brought to the notice. Further, there is an ambiguity regarding the powers of RPs and whether they can conduct a private investigation in case where the avoidance transaction. We are talking about avoidance transaction, particularly the preferential, undervalue, and extortionate and fraudulent transaction, 1 year or 2 years related party. But we are talking about a transactional audit. But the fraudulent transactions, definitely 100% in most of the cases. There is an ambiguity. Private agencies, if at all they engage, the quality of the work, the seriousness of the task is more, and results will be derived. Some people, for the ritual case, they are completing that one. That is not correct. They have to give to the outside agency, but there is no provision. There is an ambiguity regarding the powers of RP, whether they can conduct a private investigation in cases where the avoidance transaction is there or not. Once that is there, the quality of the process, the CIRP process will increase, and whatever the frauds or other things are happening in the company, that is brought to the notice of all the stakeholders of the company. Considering the facts, most of the continuous insolvency be suspected. Therefore, courts may allow to permit RP to carry out private investigation to investigate such investigation. Very few cases. The courts are giving direction. Currently, few such orders have been passed, but given law has not defined the periphery of the court power. Much being left to the court's judges' own pragmatism. So, because the court is having the power, so that's why they are giving directions with the private agency. But it is not there in the court or powers of the RP. Law should be certain and clear in this regard. Once this is there, definitely something will happen. Private examinations are powerful investigatory tool because they would be enabled RP to question not only the ex-personnel of the corporator, but also third party pertaining to the dealings of the corporator. They will investigate in deep their experience. The transactional audit is a narrow concept, but investigation is a wider concept. But once the puff transactions are there and fraudulent, there is no time limit. Related party 2 years or unrelated party 1 year is there, but fraudulent, you can go beyond. So here, the third parties examinations are also to be included in the powers of the RP, facilitating. The facilitating is also very important. As per the section, once the application is admitted under either the section 9, 7, 9, 10 of the code, adjudicating authority, under section 13 of the code appoints interim resident for conducting CAR. He is a facilitator. He has to do. But his role is a crucial one when compared to RP. He is entering into the organization a first person. And he will get the full information within the time, whatever the time availability is there. After that, once it is ready, then only the IRP will hand over the things to RP. If at all, sometimes IRP will become RP also. That is in certain situation. But he is the first person to enter into that field or battle. It is significant under section 13 is amended to reflect the adjudicating authority passes the order against the corporate provide all forms of financial information to the IR. Then the corporate debtor would be compelled to cooperate as per section 13. Once during appointment only, they will mention about the section 13. Further, this must be supplemented with the fact that in the form of non-compliance of the corporate, such a court order will hold the liable to contempt of the court. The protection day one, while issuing the order by the Honorable NCLT has given that section 13, day one only. The 13 clearly states that they have to give the full support. Further, it must also supplement it to the fact that any form of non-compliance by the corporate debtor with such court order will hold the liable for contempt of court office. We are not getting a protection of IBC later on. From the day one, while handing over the order to the RP or IRP or the RP, the particular Honorable Adjudicating Authority clearly mentioned. The Hong Kong insolvency law states that form of non-cooperation by the corporate debtor with insolvency will make liable for contempt of court of office, particularly in Hong Kong. Hence, such transformation in language of section 13 to be implemented. In the code, go a long way to facilitating the provisions of the financial information of the corporate debtor to the IRP. Some modifications are required by following the best practices across the globe, particularly Hong Kong. What they mentioned, non-cooperation of the corporate debtor with insolvency profession will make liable for a contempt of a court office. If that type of wordings are there, definitely some result will be there. Now coming to insolvency professions, the management skills are very much required. That is called managerial skills or management skills. Even though so many sections are there, even though so many decided cases are there, even though support systems, the adjudicating authority is there, beyond all these things, the situation should not arise. Means the IP should have knowledge as well as the managerial skills as well as the courage. If these three are there, definitely the protection requirement is in rare cases will happen. Some other people, they are having courage and knowledge and planning. They are handling the cases in an excellent manner. There is a 10 commandments, management of CIRP, liquidation, PPIRP, or IARP, or bankruptcy, whatever it is there. First one is entrepreneurship. You are the CEO of the company. You have to run the company. That is a going concern. Then lot of skills are required. That's why sectorial experience is also required. The entrepreneurship. So many days we are talking about code, rules, regulation, all are that is standard, that is defined. But this is the qualities, the skills that are required to complete the task within a time schedule in an effective and efficient manner. Business process management, the reengineering or restructuring. Because here, the CIRP is as good as a restructuring of the company. Earlier management is removed and you are inviting the new management. The new management, whenever they are coming, they are brought some additional capital or technology, and they are having their own plans. That's why while reading the resolution plans by you and evaluating the matrix also, the restructuring, how they are restructuring the problematic company or a defunct company or sick company, that you have to what business they will whatever the outdated process are there, they will remove and they will inject the capex capital expenditure and they will run the company. While evaluating the resolution plan, that knowledge is very, very important. That's why model evaluation matrix is also developed by IBBI. Decision making, you are the IP, IRP or RP or liquidator. Choosing the best among alternatives is called decision making. Best, choosing the best among the alternative. Choosing the best among alternative. For each and every aspect, number of alternatives are available. Which alternative is the best? Suppose if at all you are going for a home loan, all banks are giving home loan, but your requirement is best is who is giving a lower rate of interest and speedy manner. In that case, who are doing that one, choosing the best among alternatives. In the similar manner, particularly while handling CIRP also, lot of decision makings are to be taken and brought to the notice of the COC for their approval and informed to the adjudicating authority. For that decision making process is skills are also required. Always I am not okay. Others are also okay. Some people, my decision is final. That is not correct. The listening skills, that is required. Behavioral finance. Decision makers said financial really the real life situation. Today, the startup companies are failed. 95% of the startup companies are failed in India. 95%. Only 5% are survived. Here, the real life, once the company is floated, what is the demand and supply? What is the opportunity that are available in the, who are the buyers, who are the sellers? All these things are, I have to do the homework. Out of the anxiety, some of the people, they are entering into the field and they fail. But being an IRP or RP, whenever you are investing some amount, and the decision to be brought to the notice of the COC, you have to do whether that particular spending the amount is correct or not. Technology in CIRP. Technology in CIRP. CIRP simply liquidation. Whatever the information, particularly reach to all the claimants and they take their views. Why we are appointing the particularly class of creditors? The class of creditors is on behalf of debentures or bonds or the home loan buyers who are taking. And these people, they have to carry forward that message to them, and whatever the information that is to be collected and correlated and give it to the technology is very important. Whatever the meetings are there, whether CIRP meeting or any meetings are instantly required, and that all technology. Today, technology, video conferences, all are technology oriented. Today, trainings are also online. Education is also, so most of the things are online. Earlier, we used to visit to that place, time taking, cost, transportation, and ecosystem problem. Because once we are traveling, then automatically it creates some carbon emissions. Liquidation and technology. Whenever you are brought to the notice, particularly the assets of the company. Once you want to sell it or expression of interest for inviting the resolution plans wherever possible. The technologies is very much useful and that it is to be, we should be techno savvy. The RP should be a techno savvy. Leadership. You are the leader, you are the chief executive officer of the company. You have to handle the production department. You have to monitor the marketing activity. You have to monitor the finance department and the operations, all functionary HR department, marketing department, production department, finance, all heads are reporting to you. You have to give the suitable directions to them. And that's why leadership qualities are also required. Communication skills. No blocks in communication skills. It is a lifeline of the company. If the lifeline of the CIRP is also communication. Whenever the information to be brought to the notice of COC or brought to the notice of the adjudicating authority or any regulatory measures, all are communication on timely basis, in time, no delay. Delay in communication is a wasteful exercise. So the communication skills are required for a RP resolution professional, whether he is an IRP or RP or liquidator. Negotiation. Today, everything is not from the word of mouth. People, if at all I am asking any operational creator, I want this product for 1 kg, 20 rupees instead of 24. He will not accept. We have to negotiate it. Even by buyers also. This product cost is so and so. He will not accept unless until you tell about the features of the product, quality of the product, and the unique selling proportion, USP of the product. Even workers, if at all delayed, particularly salaries are delayed by 1 month, then you have to convince, you have to negotiate. You have to negotiate with the union leaders or association leaders of the trade unions. Then only things will happen. Otherwise, they will stop. The productivity will less. So the negotiation skills also required for the RP. Whether he is a IRP or RP, in CIRP or liquidator, in liquidation or PPIRP, IARP or bankruptcy, trustee, etc. Personality. You are the CEO of the company. On that day, I told about NFCL with the blazer and all these things that IRP visited to the corporate data along with the IP supporting staff. Then some fear psychosis is there in the minds of the corporate data. If at all I am simply going with the t-shirt and other things, that personality is also very, very important. Because you are the managing director, you are as good as a managing director and CEO of the company as defined by the ROC, INC form. The personality is also required because you have to instruct to complete, you have to guide, you have to instruct to the functionary heads, whether it is a finance or HR or marketing or production department, etc., in the company. Managing people and resolve the conflicts. Man management is important. Managing men is an important. Once you are managing the people and resolve the conflict, you are a successful IP. You will become a successful IP. That's why these 10 commandments are very much required. And note, All concepts which are related to best management practice relates to CARP and liquidation. These are the best. These skills are very much required for the insolvency profession in discharging the duties effectively and efficiently, either in CARP or liquidation or BPIRP or IARP or voluntary liquidation or bankruptcy trust. Everywhere, the skills are to be exhibited. Otherwise, problems will come, challenges you have to face. Thereby, once you are unable to handle the challenges, problems will arise. Protection is required. Instead of going for protection, once your strategies are implemented, your skills are implemented, then the second side of the coin, you need not go for the second side of the problem. An IP shall self-assess his or competency in handling the particular case. What is his infrastructure? What is his manpower? What is his technology? What is his skill set? What is the professional bandwidth in sectorial knowledge? Once it is there, problems will not arise. In which corporate data is working order to effectively handle the particular case. These are primary important, sir. Your infrastructure, your office administration, your quality of the people, your manpower. Once you are going for handling the case, you are going to handle the case for you are visiting to the company with your manpower, not alone. And once your small meeting was happened, then automatically delegate the powers, delegate the works, and extract the works from them. That is called managing the men, particularly managing the things from the people, or getting getting that particular work from the people. It is a management. Technology is there, skill set is required, and the professional bandwidth with the sectorial knowledge. All these things are very useful to discharge your duties by the IP or IRP or whatever liquidator and other things. So before handling, then self-assess whether I am going to handle that case properly or not. If at all I am not having these support systems, it is better to leave the better to not accepted the promotion. They not accepted that particular assignment. IP shall maintain professional competency to continuous awareness, understanding the development in the insolvency regime, prevailing critical issues and ideal safeguard to address the same. An insolvency professional must maintain, upgrade the professional knowledge and skills, and render comprehensive professional service. And the insolvency professional play a role in a regulator eyes and ears. You are the eyes and the ears of the adjudicating authority, regulator. In working of the assignments and a shoulder of immense responsibility, and you are accountable not only for the immediate user of the service, but also the stakeholders of the group, including the regulator and society as a whole. That's why these are very required. Protection, if all our protection, jet security is given, and if at all you are not, what is the purpose of given jet security? It is impracticably impossible also. Always don't aim for protection. First, whatever your duty is there, you complete that your duty first. With knowledge, with courage, with managerial experience. The last weapon available to you is protection. If at all in rare cases only, we have to use that protection weapon. The quality of the insolvency profession and membership is influenced by the criteria of qualification and continuous as a profession. Once the LI examination pass, after that, updating the knowledge in few people that is missing. Only fit and proper persons are admitted members of the IPA. In some of the IPS, particularly suspension, dismissals also happen. They're removing on account of various reasons because he is not a fit and proper person. A profession is also expected to employ state-of-art tools delivering the services, particularly big companies. Outdated or redundant methods will not work. The state-of-art, whatever how to get the information, how to communicate them, how to conduct the meetings, that is some people, particularly some people, the state-of-art skills are there. They are different from others. That's why the results are good when compared to others. He is accountable for discharging of the services. This would inculcate the latest best knowledge management to keep himself abreast of the current developments. What is going on? What are the modifications that was happened? Why that modification? Even a draft particular regulations they are issuing from time to time. They are inviting suggestions from the IPs also. IBBA from time to time they are sending these modifications we are going to, and they are offering suggestions. And how many people are giving suggestions? Further, he should be technology literate and avoid being technology myopic and should be underestimate the capacity of the technology to disturb his profession. That's why the managerial skills are very, very, very important. A number of assignments of the professional take-up should be within the capacity. Very few IPs are hungry. More number of cases. Okay, hungry means correct. At the same time, capacity is also required. Capacity building is also required. If at all I am not sparing my time, valuable time, if at all I am asking 10, 20 cases, that is not a justification. They are hungry to acquire more number of cases. Normally, in some CARP cases, max to max 3 is the highest. Because you have to visit regularly to the company, you have to get, and going concern means even 1 is sufficient, not even 3 also. So the number of assignments of the professional take-up should be within the capacity so as to enable them effectively deliver the services. The quality of the service delivery affected the aspects of too many assignments beyond his capacity to complete. Some of the people, I interacted with them. How many cases you are handling? And his involvement, his dedication, his presence in that particular case is very, very less, each and every case. His contribution, his value addition. Once this is there, quality will not be get. Once the quality is not there, conflicts will arise. Conflicts are not there, definitely he will require protection. Every profession should institute capacity building measures to ensure that the profession is equipped with to meet the expectation of its users. The users are the financial creditor or operational creditor or other stakeholders. The capacity building. While as to building capacity measures also to ensure the proliferation of the healthy competition with a profession provide a wider choice to its users. So these are also to be keep it in mind while handling the cases. Competition stimulates sustained quality users and a compromise in accepting the limited choice like that. In summary, every professional should be endowed with the requisite mindset, skill set, tool set. If these are there, problem will not arise. Still, problems are arising. Protection is always be there. Always be there. But we have to use the protection. Okay. It is very easy to tell. But if I'm in that particular situation, that is a different. But whatever the best practices adopted by other professions, that is also to be implemented. And the communication is also very important. The knowledge is also important. That's why the mindset, the skill set, and the tool set, these are the three important. You should have highly quality service mindset, attributes of empathy and understanding the user needs. Sir, financial creator always thinking about my loan, my amount of loan to be recovered instantly. The financial creator mindset is always liquidation, not the resolution. But IBC preamble tells preamble of the IBC is a going concern, not the liquidation. Liquidation means it is a killing of the unit, not surviving of the unit. So the preamble of IBC tells that is a going concern, that to resolution. But a financial creditor mindset is always liquidation. If at all sell and I am the security creditor, after CARP crossed, I will get my funds. Thereby I can give loans to others. But once the unit is killed, no production, unemployment will increase, GDP will decrease, exports will decrease, all problems, forex reserves, all these things, if at all it is an export-oriented unit. That's why high quality service mind with attributes of empathy and understanding the user needs, contemporary skills, required profession, and stock of the tools efficiently and effectively the services. Sir, any discussion? Sir, any discussion? Any queries? Am I audible, sir? Madam?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, you're
audible,
audible. You can go ahead.
Yes, you
please,
are.
sir.
You are. Go ahead.
So these are actually the protections are there, different case studies are there every time, whatever the sections are there. If we use those are the tools that are available. Beyond all these things, to avoid that protection, all these things, from my side also, what are the measures? This is defined by IBBA only, sir, not by me.
Sir, I have
IBS
one query. Can I ask, sir?
Tell me, sir. Tell me, sir.
Yeah, sir. Regarding NCLT empanelment, which is conducted half yearly. Suppose we have already registered there and we got the assignment from the NCLT
Correct,
as
sir.
a IRP, but due to one or some other reasons, we are
Sir.
unable to handle that particular assignment.
Ah.
Because suppose when we have applied, we don't have any assignment, and thereafter suppose we have received 2-3 assignment and we are not in a position to handle the assignment. So what's your suggestion in this regard, that can we inform them that, sir, we are already having the assignment, so we are unable to do the same, or in any other cases, if some other problem persists, what's your suggestion that we can suggest to the NCLT, we can inform them?
Sir, here I also, so far I have received nearly 18 from NCLT Hyderabad. Out of 18, nearly 8 I was rejected. At that time, during pandemic COVID, my area is locked down. They over telephone, they told all these things, but it is a restricted area. I am unable to move. Then the condition is a acceptable condition. Even IBPA also at that time they telephone. One time, in one case, at that time I'm suffering with fever and all these things.
Okay.
And it will take 30 days for me. That's why told it is a time schedule. I have to stick on the times. If at all I handle it, then delay will happen. Thereby all problems will arise. That also they accept. One time I visited to the other state for personal work. I clearly mentioned what for what purpose I am going. All these things they accepted. They are not maintaining any record and they are not provide. They are not maintaining any credit scoring, credit scoring. The your record scoring like that they are not maintaining. Definitely they will accept, but the reasons should be a genuine. The reasons should be a genuine. Suppose take for example, you got a big industry, but infrastructure is not there. But you tell my bandwidth is not supporting to that particular handling of CARP. Definitely they will accept. Definitely they will. It is not a negative point. It is not a negative point. Once acts are not accepted, definitely next time they will give one more assignment like that. But think it of and give the correct reason, whatever the reason, whatever the cause is there, that you have to present them properly, convince them properly. Normally, whenever I am going, whenever I am not handling any case, I requested the registrar of the NCLT also, sir, this is the reason. Is it okay or not? And sometimes they will suggest also. Okay, we will accept. But you mentioned like this, like this, like this. So out of so and so, I rejected some cases also. But some other people, what they are doing means 1 week before they are giving a tentative, we are going to give this XYZ company like that. In the meantime, they are searching to ROC and that company is 5 years back closed, no balance sheets are available and loans are more. And if at all I am handling, I may not get any remuneration and the problems will, that type of situations normally they won't accept. Sir, that company is no assets and nothing, sir. How do I get it, sir? It is you give me good company like that means they don't do. So you think it of even sometimes, sir, that company at any cost that should be given to others also. Others they will give. Once the others are also they are extracting, they are doing best and they are getting a suitable remuneration for their assignment also. That is also, even bad companies don't expect that bad companies I'm not getting anything. So that's why I have to reject that one. That type of mindset should not happen.
Okay, sir. Got it, sir.
Think it of, sir. Think it of. This is a no formula.
Yes.
Nothing is there. It is only a personal advice. That's all.
Thank
Sir,
you, sir.
others, sir, madam. Okay. This United Nations Unitary Legislative Guide, there also the protection of IBC, they have also highlighted something. What is their views? The Unitary Law Legislative Guide on Insolvency spells out the role of insolvency representatives. What they told. The insolvency representative play a central role of the effective and efficient implementation of the insolvency law with a certain powers over editors and their assets, a duty to protect the assets and their value, time value of money. It is a preamble is also to, clearly spelled out time value of the money. If at all I am not to sell the asset today, if at all I am going to sell the asset after one, in the meantime, the asset value will be deteriorated on account of the rusting and other things. The asset should be in good condition and use. Once it is continuous working, then only the life value of the asset will increase. If at all I am not using the asset, then the
इसको
problem.
दोनों लेटर सिखाया ओ यू मीन आओ ए आई मीन ए आई ई मतलब ई तो इसको ना वो इसको
Okay. Certain purpose over creditors and their value as well as the interest of the creditors and employees. And also to ensure the law is applied effectively and impartially. It is essential insolvency representative be appropriately qualified, possess knowledge, experience, and personal qualities. That will ensure not only the effective and efficient conduct of the proceeding, but also the confidence in the insolvency. This is important, sir. Even they are also spelled out. Whatever the IBPA or IPA, they spelled out all these things. Protection is there, boss. At the same time, from your side also, some homework is required. The mindset, the skill set, all these things are required. The BLRC, they are also spelled out. Bankruptcy Law Reforms Committee also, they spelled out something. What is that one? The BLRC recommendations which are led to the enactment of the code in its final report also emphasize on the role of an IP. The insolvency profession is a crucial pillar upon the effectively and timely function, as well as the credibility of the entire edifice of the insolvency and the bankruptcy resolution process. In the administrating resolution outcomes, the role of IP encompasses a wide range of functions, which include adhering the law, procedure, and accounting and finance related functions. Sir, here, some other people, no, sir, I don't have the marketing skills, I don't have the personal skills, I don't have the production department, I don't know about the process and all these things. Means that is also required, sir. Because you are the head of the company, means whatever the problems that is a crop up during the CIRP process, that is to be handled by you only, sir, not by others. But these supporting systems are not available. But little bit of support is required, available at any time, but not to a large extent. Nearly 70 to 80% to be done by you only, and remaining 30 to 20% by others. Particularly hotel industry, you got a hotel industry, sir. The hotel industry is under CIRP. Restaurant is to be run. The hotel rooms are to be properly cleaned and other functions. Today, for a hotel industry, I received one message, one email from Coimbatore, one company. That company, that is a correct company. Why correct company means they are exploring that opportunities that are available in the market. They sent one mail, Mr. Prasad, we are so and so persons. We are having the good knowledge in hotel industry. If at all you got an assignment in the CIRP, particularly hotel industry, we will run the company as if it is a going concern, and we will maintain the rooms in a best and manner, and the restaurants in a live condition, and for that we will charge a reasonable. Definitely that will be accepted by the COC. Once I'm not running the hotel, and after a certain time, dilapidated condition, if at all I am showing to any prospective resolution applicant, then the price will reduce. Once I am giving some service, they are servicing they are continuing the hotel for a few days, that is 6 months or 1 year, and the cost is also minimal. And if at all I am getting profit, this additional cost is also compensated. Thereby, I will get the good price from the prospective resolution applicant. Thereby, all stakeholders will be satisfied. Here, why I am telling, quoting this example is sometimes, particularly sectorial knowledge may be missed. In that case, you have to take the assistance. Chemical industry, you need not know all the nuts and bolts of the chemical industry, or textile industry, or sugar industry. Experts or also you can take. But for that, why we are going to take the expense? What is the rationale behind it? What is the benefit on account of taking that services? What is the cost implication? What is the benefits that are deriving? All these things, if you put up a note to the COC, definitely they will accept. And thereby, it is a good proposition for the better, for all the stakeholders of the particular system. So here the resolution professional is a crucial pillar which results effectively and timely function as well as the credibility of the entire edifice of the insolvency. In addressing the resolution outcomes, IP encompasses a wide range of functions, which include adhering the law procedure and accounting and finance related functions. Some of the people, they are having the mindset that I am only the legal part. No, you are the all-rounder, a complete man to handle the company. COC is as good as the board of directors do. They will, you are the facilitator. The approvals are made by the COC only. As good as a board of directors. So that's why you should have the accounting knowledge, finance knowledge also is required. The later include identification of the assets and liabilities and the defaulting data. Its management during the insolvency proceedings. It enterprises the preparation of resolution proposal, implementation of solution for individual resolution, the construction, negotiation, mediation of deals as well as the distribution of realization process under the bankruptcy. It is not defined by me. It is a BLRC report on Bankruptcy Law Reforms Committee. So we should be the all-rounder. We should be the all-rounder. Distribution of realization of assets of the bankers. That's right. In performing the task, IP acts as an agent of the adjudicator. In a way, adjudicator depends upon the specialized skills. You are the specialized person and the expertise of IP to carry out this task effectively and professionally. This creates a role of resolution in CIRP, positive, extraordinary, better utilization of judicial time. That BLRC clearly defined the role. We are not always see about the code and rules regulation. It is a duty of the IP to reasonably care due diligence while performing the duties and provisions of the code and regulation. That's why protections we are talking from 9:30 onwards. The provisions are there, but that is why 3%, why not 100%? Once the problem is there, non-cooperation is there, why IBBA research only 3% people are escalating the issue? Why not 100%? Why they are compromised? There is a various duties of IP needs to perform under the code. Section 17(1)(b) and C of the code, management efforts of CD by the IRP. Management efforts of the from the date of appointment, resolution, professional purpose of the board, all these things are there. Next, section 18 of the code lists the duties of the IRP. Once again, you recapitulate your duties. What are your duties? That collect all information, business operations of the 2 years, financial and operational payments of the previous 2 years, list of assets and liabilities, initiation date, and such other matters as specified. The duties of IRP is collect the information, business operation. Sir, sometimes if at all you are a knowledge and you are having the grip or command of the company, conflicts will not arise. Whenever they are starting any point, they are discussing any point, immediately based on your information, you can argue with them properly with the base information. Receive and collate the particular claims, constitute the committee of creditors, all these things are due. Monitor the assets and file information collected and information utility. Today, sir, one of the drawback is some of the people, they are not habituated how to upload the information in information utilities. Even tomorrow, that is coming days, banks, they don't give hard copies of the documents. All are uploaded in the information utility. E-stamping is also happening in most of the cases. And digitalization is there, scanning of all the documents and uploading the information. Information utility also, the regional office are also located at Bangalore, Chennai, in other places also. One of my friend, he is the GM of State Bank of India. Now he is in Bangalore information utility, and Chennai also information utility. Another person is also there. And here, what I am telling is information utility, they are conducting number of programs. Please attend. That is a free cost also, no chargeable. Once you are accustomed to that particular system, how the adjudicating authority taken the information, authentic information from the information utility. Now e-courts of NCLT is there. Delhi completed, Bombay is also completed shortly. Within down the line, before 31st March, most of the NCLT is on e-platform. Once the info from is there, you have to upload the information, payment of the particular fees and all these things are to be routed through the e-platform only. Take over control and assets over the other foreign countries, all these things are, everybody knows about all these things, and intellectual property and determination of ownership, all these things are done. The code also provides section 22 of I protect and preserve the value of the property of the CD and manage the operation. That's why I told about the insurance policy also, security also. Particularly, if at all you have taken say insurance policy and the properties are not secured by the security people, then later on anything happen, insurance claim will also not get. Why? Because whenever the claim rises, what protection, what protective measures the company has taken, all these things they will decide, and accordingly they will pay the fees. Management operations of the going concern, that is everybody knows, and duties of the professions enlisted to make the immediate custody and control of the assets, and duties of the resolution profession, all are mentioned. It is imperative, does not cooperate from the existing there. This is the protection. It is imperative for an IP who does not get cooperation from the ex-directors to actively bring the fact to the notice of adjudicating authority. This is also mentioned in the committee also. Hence, professions having domain knowledge and experience, they lay down the benchmark of the quality, efficiency, and good governance. Under the provisions of the code, IP is recognized an important component of ecosystem and has been entrusted with a wide range of functions so as effectively to strive to maximize the value of the assets of the resolution. So while going through all these things, your role is domain knowledge and experience is very much required. And you have to create the benchmark for quality, efficiency, and corporate governance of that particular process, CARP process. Under the provisions of the code, IP recognizes the important component of ecosystem like that. The credibility of the whole process of the code hinges upon the conduct and the professional competence of the required to be observed. Code of conduct is also one of the code of conduct is also important. But whatever the code of conduct, everybody knows about that one. Reasonable care and due diligence, and particularly subject to conditions may be specific performance functions. And so whatever the code of conduct, I need not discuss all this thing. Now, section 233. I will discuss about the section 233. Action taken in good faith. If at all you have taken any actions in good faith, you are protected. No suit or prosecution. Earlier I discussed. Legal process shall lie against the government or office of the government or chairperson or member of the officer or etc. etc. Anything which is done or intended to be done in good faith under the code or rules or regulation therein, you will be protected under section 233. But once your action is in good faith, 100% you will be protected. If at all any missings are there, then this section is not applicable for that. The protection of a taken good faith. 233 of the Insolvency Code. Any officer or government or member of officer of the board or insolvency professional or liquidator from the legal suit or the legal proceedings of anything done or which is done or intended to be done in good faith under this code or rules made under. Protection is there. We are talking about protection. For protection, before that, what are the skills that are required? And what are the provisions that are there in the code? All these things are there. Protection is there, but we have to use the protection once we are doing in good faith without negligence. Insolvency professional play a vital role. That is going concern all the driving force and all these things. Assistance to insolvency, all these things. Now protection, interim liquidator. Okay. Now hindrances, legal pronouncements. In Punjab National Bank, Divya Jyoti Sponge Iron Private Limited. This is Calcutta. The resolution professional sought a necessary assistance and security to him to visit to the factory premises of the corporate to carry out statutory duties and obligation in a peaceful way. The adjudicating authority, keeping in view of the director threatening the corporate data, ordered the copy of the order to the adjudicating authority might be served to the Director General of Police, West Bengal, and the Superintendent of Police, Bankura, in charge of Meza Police Station, for making proper and effective assistance to the resolution profession. In valuation of the company, in discharging the duty, any interference in the work of the resolution action shall be initiated against the corporate debtor and will make presumed that the corporate debtor is not obeying the order of the court. It is expected that the corporation should fully cooperate with the resolution. This is the order. Okay. Sometimes order is there. Police protection is also problem is there. Being the bankers, particularly financial creditors, most of the loans are funded by the financial creditors. They are the COC committee members. They are having good command or interaction with the, particularly the police department also. Brought to their notice. Okay, orders are there, but even the orders are there, they are not obeying the orders. Immediately, if you brought to the notice of NCLT, okay, whatever you want, you can submit. There is no problem. Even the orders are not there, they are not supporting us. But once the order is sent to the Director General of Police and the District Head, Superintendent of Police and the police station, some additional weightages will be there. If at all the order is given by NCLT only to the station house officer, then he may obey, he may not obey. Once it is the DIG, SP and station house of the lot of weightage is there, definitely that type of orders, definitely the police people will accept and they will provide their services. But at the same time, in extreme cases, if the support is not there, you have to escalate that issue not through officially, you request the committee of creditors also. They're having good contacts, good this one. Because almost all bankers, they are providing. Why? Because this is not not mentioned anywhere, but here bankers are having good contacts. Even all police personnel, they are availing their various types of credit facilities with the bank. So the COC is also helpful in this regard for smooth completion of the process. So here also, once the order is given to the top officials to down, then the additional weightage will be there. In Central Bank of India and the State Bank of India, in Ashok so-and-so company, the interim professional made efforts to take the charge of assets of the corporate data. But there was stout resistance from the corporate data. Therefore, the interim resolution filed an application with the adjudicating authority, praying for a police assistance to discharge the function as an interim professional. This type of situations, 100% it is common, but you have to brought to the notice of the adjudicating authority only. But cooperation or support from the COC is also possible off the record, not on the record, off the record. The adjudicating authority directed the superintendent of Chennai in that particular case, whose jurisdiction of the registry office of the corporate data is situated, where the corporate office of the corporate data is situated, superintendent of Puducherry, where the factory of the corporate data is situated, give a proper police assistance and personal security to the interim resolution so that he can take the charge of the assets of the corporate data and perform the functions of the provisions. Sir, even it is a difficult task, undoubtedly. It is a challenging one, undoubtedly. Even as a bankers, Surface 2002, we are going to seize the properties of the borrower and we have to sell in the market. In that particular Surface Act also, we can take the magistrate, particularly judicial, particularly the while we are taking over the assets, we will request the magistrate, particularly collectors or district magistrate and collector is also there. We will take their assistance in take out the assets of the borrowers, and that cooperation is also one. The model case is Surat. One district magistrate, he supported the bankers like anything. On account of his support, the banks are able to recover nearly 500 crores of that particular non-performing assets under Surface 2000. The message was escalated to the Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India also happily telephoned to that particular magistrate, particularly district magistrate and collector. I am not talking about court. And they appreciated like anything. So here, escalate the issue and don't they don't see that whether a good will happen or bad will happen. That is a secondary issue. But our duty is to present the case to the appropriate authority. In this case also, particularly in Chennai, the adjudicating authority, SP Chennai, whose jurisdiction of registrar office of the corporate data situated in the corporate office of the corporate data situated, and the superintendent of police Puducherry also, where the factory of the corporate data. So once the order is given, the hierarchy is also to be taken. The registered office, Chennai, and the factory is situated in Puducherry. The superintendent of Puducherry also given. Thereby, it is a great help to the particular IRP to discharge his duties. And a proper police assistant and personal security to the interim resolution so that he can take the charge of the assets of the corporate data and perform the functions as per the provisions of the code. But don't leave and they escalate the issue to the appropriate other, then only the protection will come. Why I am asking, why I am telling all these things means only 3% of the IPs are doing. That is the research done by the IBBI. And the adjudicating authority further directed director of the corporate data to furnish the books of accounts, list of assets, list of financial and operational list document, and other relevant particulars envisaged in the code and extend all the cooperation. So he is not only given to the corporate data, he has given to the Superintendent of Police at Puducherry, and he has given orders to the adjudicating authority, given orders to the Director General of Chennai. If all people are there, then automatically some fear will be happen in the minds of the corporate data. Definitely the support we will get it from them. In Punjab National Bank, Mitra Tea Company Limited, it is Calcutta. The resolution professional sought adjudicating authority for police protection. And the adjudicating authority directed the superintendent of police to give the police protection so that resolution professional may discharge his duties to take over the management. It is also directed the corporate data to fully cooperate the resolution, failing which action will be initiated against the corporate data under section 70 of the code. In all chemist asset reconstruction committee company limited also Hotel Budwan Limited. The interim resolution provision prayed the adjudicating for protection all acts done by him in good faith and to save them from the frivolous allegations made in an FIR. Sir, some of this is a tough task. Most of the cases, 60% of the cases, no problems are facing by the IRP or RP or liquidator, but the remaining 40% subjected to this type of this one. But we have to pray the adjudicating authority. Definitely, definitely we will get a good response from them also. So we have to use them properly. Whatever the sections are there, we have to use them properly. And the adjudicating authority held that if any complaint against the insolvency profession, then board is competent to constitute the disciplinary committee and have the same investigated from an investigating agency as per the provisions of section 220 of the code. And after the investigation of the board finds criminal case has been made out against him, then the board has filed a complaint in respect of offences committed by him. Therefore, the complaint of the former director of the company with the police station would not be maintainable and competent, and as the complaint is not filed by the board. It is the effort side of the objectives of the protection action taken by the interim reserve in good faith has been accorded under section 233 of the code. There is also complete bar of trial of offence in the absence of filing the complaint by the board. All these things are there, sir, but we have to do the work in good faith without negligence. In Sunrise 14 and Denmark and Muskan Power Infrastructure Limited, the resolution professional prayed for a direction under section 19 of the code since the respondent did not comply with the directions of the resolution, refused to accept the notice. The adjudicating authority issued the bailable warrants to the secure their presence. The adjudicating authority further directed the resolution to collect all the bailable warrants from the registry and deliver them to the Commissioner of Police, Ludhiana, to get the same executed. So, protection is always there. Some cases, always the adjudicating authority safeguarded the IPS. We have to use that source. And in some cases, some problem will be there. that instead of that, whatever the success stories are there, that we have to follow. In taxation enterprises, IAP company private limited, etc. The complaint filed by the IRP was not taken cognizance. The adjudicating authority directed the Deputy Commissioner of Police to issue instruction to the station house officer of Palam, Vihat, Gurgaon to take cognizance of the complaint filed by the Interim Resolution Official. The adjudicating authority observed that interim resolution profession has to perform tedious statutory functions under the code. In cases complaint discloses the commission of a cognizable offence, in charge of the police station is undergo legal obligation to take cognizance of the complaint as is mandated under section 70 of the CP Criminal Procedure Code of 1970. All of this that is good for the IP professionals. This is in brief about what I am going to tell, but now I'm asking any doubts and other things. Another 14 minutes are there.
Practically, police authorities, district administration, they have very little knowledge about either the IBC nor the SARFASI. This is my experience.
Correct. Sir, the old people, they may aware, and the latest recruits may not be aware, and we have to tell them properly. That's all. We have to convince them properly. And whatever, some people they may listen, some people they may not listen. All people are not unique qualities or attributes. So some people they may have some. Most of the nowadays, even station house officers also, they most of the people are completed LLB exams also. So if you brought to their notice, definitely some result will be there. And non-LLB candidates, it will take some time to understand this concept.
Sir, I have one point is there. Can I ask, sir? It's Manish
Sir,
Agarwal.
tell me, sir.
Sir, in one of the cases, I have been appointed as IRP.
Sir.
Yeah, and there are 500 employees in the factory, and the company is going concern.
Sir.
Yeah, and as per the section 14, they are not able to make the payment for the earlier before the CIRP. Yeah, so I am not paying their payment before the CRP, but I am telling that we can make the payment after the CRP is discussed with, we can discuss with the concerned creditors. Yeah, and I have not also make the payment for the salary before the CIRP. Yeah, so, but the employees are insisting, and the mainly directors are already involved in that case, and they are telling that you should pay. Yeah, and thereafter I visited their factory along with the and also intimated the police that I may visit. So if any problem persists, so please you come, I will call you. Yeah, and I visited the factory. But when I visited the factory and I informed the directors and the other employee that I am unable to make the payment, so they want to threaten me and kill me. Yeah, and immediately I called the police, and the police also come lately. They don't want to come actually. So in that situation, how we have to deal, sir? Because but in spite of that, I have some other link with the higher authority. Then I directly call him, the police. Then they come. Otherwise, they not came, sir.
Sir, have you brought to the notice of all these things to COC as well as adjudicating authority?
No, COC was stayed by the enclave. They went to the enclave, and the enclave stayed the COC. Formation of the COC.
So this is the direction should be given by the NCLT only, the adjudicating authority only.
Okay, okay. No, I got it, sir. But in this case, sir, the problem is with the means the things are facing by the IRP, and it's a very critical situation. So how there should be some, you can say some help, means helpful hand for the IRP in the emergency cases. I think because if we are going to file the application to the NCLT, it will take, you know, the timing, how much time it will take for emergency cases also. So we need to means have some solution regarding these problems, and this problem may came in the future also, sir.
No such provisions in this
Yeah,
regard.
I understand no such provisions are there, but there should be some provisions which can help the IRP in this
Correct.
scenario. Because in this scenario, you know the situation that when the person having the personal threat regarding his life threat, then what he can do, whether he will go for the profession or for to save himself. So those, I think, this provision should be means for the emergency or in extreme difficult situation. Some provision should be there in the law itself to safeguard the IRP.
This type of suggestions we have to brought to the notice of IBBA instantly, particularly to the chairman.
Yes, because it's a very
Otherwise things will not happen.
Yes, because
in the meantime, in this particular process, some other people will suffer also.
Yeah, sir. I also know some people already suffered because you know that when we are filing the application to the NCLT.
Yes. So what you have to do is first, because for the benefit of others also, one person should communicate whatever
scenario.
Yes.
Pardon, sir?
You have to brought to the notice of IBBI as well as IPA in this regard, sir. And ask them what is the solution for that.
Okay.
Then if they give direction, definitely, sir, various committees are there in the IPA, various committees are there in IBPA. For what purpose? They have to resolve whatever the problems of the members are there.
Yeah, I understand, sir. Those things are there, but there should be something in the provisions in the law itself.
Sir, once it is escalated, then only they will devise some provision or regulation or whatever the code change. All these things will happen. If we are keep quiet and whatever the problem we are going to we are absorbing, no solution will happen.
Yes, agree, sir, agree.
So thank you very much, sir, madam, and for giving me an opportunity to discuss something about the protection to IPs and whatever the best is there, whatever my experience are there, I have shared to you, and I wish you all the best. And this type of situations, particularly adverse situations, should not arise in your particular profession. I pray the God also in this regard. Thank you very much and wish you all the best. And thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking out time and addressing the such a wonderful session. Now, all the participants, we are having short lunch break. Now the session will start at 1:30.
Okay, madam. I'm closing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, madam.
Sir, shall we start?
Please.
Yes. Welcome back all. Now we have second session on the topic protection of IBC, protection of IPs under labor laws. Now we have with us Partha Kamal Sen as faculty. Sir is insolvency professional, company secretary and fellow member at ICAI. He has done certificate course on commercial mediation from Chartered Institute of Arbitration, UK, and Simon's Advanced Management Development Program from University of Australia. He is having more than 35 years of experience in industry in area of corporate, secretarial, legal, accounts and finance, audit, risk and claim management, credit control. He has also worked with Simon, Phoenix, subsidiary of Continental AG, Pricewaterhouse, etc. Now over to you, sir. Please start the session.
Yeah, thank you. So, good afternoon to all. I am audible?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. You are audible.
Okay. So, at the outset, I thanks ICSI IIP for their invitation. I also thank all the participants for your participation in this workshop. So, I have prepared one PPT presentation. So, let me share my presentation with you. Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So, and hello. Can I request all to mute yourself, please? Because there are lots of disturbances are coming. Our admin can mute everybody, please. So today our topic is interplay of IBC with labor laws. And I thank ICSI, IIP. I congratulate them for choosing such a beautiful topic for our workshop. Because this topic is not only very interesting, but I think one of the most critical aspects IBC faced so far. There are lots of litigations, lots of pronouncements on this. And still now, I believe, many interpretations to come, and it is not yet crystallized. So not only us insolvency professionals are interested to know about this, but as a resolution professional or liquidator, but I think also the bankers, the lenders, they are also equally interested to see what is the outcome, what is the latest position of this subject. Because, their recovery amount is absolutely, to a great extent affected by this topic. Also, I believe the lawyers, because there are so many changes, so many pronouncements, and some of them are totally conflicting to each other. So they also know the present status, and they are also equally interested in this topic. So let's start with this subject. Just a minute. Good. So it is okay, I believe.
Yes, sir.
It is okay. Now you can see my presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
The
Thanks.
first slide is only visible.
Sorry?
First slide is visible only.
Okay. I am only on the first slide only.
Okay.
So let's start. So as usual, there are some disclaimers from my side. I mean, the views which have been expressed here in this presentation are totally my personal views. Interpretation done also my personal interpretation and can be interpreted differently by others. And if you require any reference in any legal matter, my suggestion that you please consult your lawyers and don't take the things as such from this presentation. So with this disclaimer, I'll start my presentation. The ICSI, IIP, they have already given the contents of this workshop. And from that only, I have prepared the coverage of my presentation. So which goes as follows, that firstly we'll see the employees and workmen. What does it mean? The employees and workmen under labor laws and IBC. Then we'll discuss the dues to the different dues of the employees and workmen. We'll also see the relevant provisions and treatment of dues under IBC. We'll go through some very important legal pronouncements on this subject. And then we'll discuss some critical points related to employees and workmen dues. And maybe for last 15-20 minutes, we can kept for the question answer session. So in this way, we will proceed. And if you have any topic to be discussed, if you want, you can let me know. You can put your question in chat box so that I can answer from time to time. And also, if it is very urgent, you can unmute yourself and ask me. But generally, I request all of you, please keep yourself mute for the better listening my voice by the others also. And also, I also should not get any disturb. So, friends, I want to start my discussions with that matter that what make the government of India feels to bring this code. I mean to say that what are the scenarios for bringing out this type of course, introduction of this course in our country. And I think it is very important to know the background of the legislature to better understand the subjects, its subjects. So not only for IBC, it is relevant for other laws also. One should know what are the scenarios before bringing the laws into the picture, what happens after its introduction, and then what way forward. So with this, maybe at the cost of repetition, I want to say that the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code has been enacted as a code in India which seeks to consolidate the existing framework for insolvency resolution by creating a single law in this area. I request you, all of you, please note this word, single law. Earlier, what's happened, there are many laws for addressing the insolvency resolution in this country. But all these laws, they act in the different plane. And there is no compatibility between themselves. So this is the first time Government of India tried to bring a single law so that all the aspects of the insolvency resolution can be addressed. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code was introduced in Lok Sabha in December 2015 and got the consent from President of India in May 2016. It became effective in December 2016 by a notification in the official gazette. So it has been made an one-stop solution for resolving insolvencies, which is a long process, does not offer an economically viable arrangement earlier. All the laws are totally different. They are not complement to each other. And as a result of which the issues are really taking a very time-consuming matter. It takes time to have the resolution. So as I said that before IBC could come into effect, there are several acts that address the insolvency aspects of the entity, like your Sikh Industrial Companies Special Provisions Act, which dealt with the Sikh industrial companies. Then the Presidency Township Insolvency Act, the Provincial Insolvency Act for the individual insolvency, Companies Act mostly for the winding up, SARFAESI for the recovery by the banks, all these things. So these are all different. I mean, they don't have a link as such link between each other. It may what's happened that one may file a case with a law, and when the resolution comes, the same person can file another case for the same matter with the help of another law. So the final outcome comes only when all the things are settled. So IBC framed with the intention to expedite and simplify the process of insolvency and bankruptcy proceedings in India. It strives to protect the interest of stakeholders and make the process of doing business an efficient task. Absolutely understood. It can be understood by all our discussion so far. It provides a strong insolvency framework where the cost and time incurred is minimized to attaining liquidation. So the entire thing is now undertaken in a time-bound manner. There is a definite time period, not like earlier, I mean, indefinite period, it is continuing forever. It is not so now. And if you see the objective, it also, what we have, I told you just now, that it also reflected in the objective of IBC. It says that it is an act to consolidate and amend the laws relating to reorganization and insolvency resolution of corporate persons, partnership firms, and individuals in a time-bound manner for maximization of value of assets of such persons, to promote entrepreneurship, availability of credit, and balance the interest of all stakeholders, including alteration in the order of priority of payment of government dues, and to establish an Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Friends, please note that I have underlined one sentence: balance the interest of all the stakeholders. This is because that our topic, our discussion topic in today's workshop, it balance the interest of all the stakeholders in the insolvency CIRP process. I mean, these employees and workmen are also considered the stakeholders of the resolution process of the corporate debtor. So far our discussion, we can see the unique proposition of IBC is as follows. It is a consolidated law. Yes, it can address all sort of insolvency aspects, be it a company, be it an individual, be it a limited liability partnership firm, and it is a single law. It handles as a single law. Time-bound process, yes, the time is also mentioned in the code itself. Maximization of assets value, promote entrepreneurship, credit availability, and balancing interest of all. All these are the unique propositions of IBC for which it is enacted in our country. Now, friends, we come to our topic. So first we will see what is meant by employees and workmen under labor laws and IBC. You know, India is a welfare state by its nature. So it has enacted various labor laws in order to ensure the protection and promotion of the social and economic status of the workers and the elimination of their exploitations. We have Trade Union Act, we have the Industrial Dispute Act, we have Factories Act, we have Payment of Bonus Act, we have Environmental Act. All these acts, because you know, this is understood by the government that this labor and employees, they plays a very vital role in our economy. So as a welfare state, various laws the government has enacted to protect their interest. These things also reflected in IBC. According to clause S of section 2 of Industrial Dispute Act 1947, workman means any person employed in any industry to do any manual, unskilled, skilled, technical, operational, clerical, or supervisory work for hire or real. If you see this definition, it is a very wide definition. In fact, it includes all in the field, in the industry, everybody. So not only the I mean the what should I say, the labor who works with their hands or with the tools, it also includes the supervisor under this definition as workman. And you know, the pilots of an airlines also considered as the workman under Industrial Disputes Act 1940. So it is not only the blue collar job, what I mean to say, right? It is not only the blue collar, also the white collar jobs are included under this definition, workman. And you know, section 336 of IBC defines workman that it has the same meaning as assigned above under Industrial Dispute Act. That is clause S of section 2 of the Industrial Dispute Act. So here also in under IBC, it has a very, very wider meaning for workman. The definition of the term employee has not been provided in IBC. There is no particular definition for employee, like workman, which is given in section 336. Definitions provided in other laws and acts cannot be extended to IBC also, because it is not mentioned. Okay, where it is mentioned in that work, it will be considered in IBC also. So you cannot, I mean, import that definition in other acts to IBC. Therefore, as a result of which, all person who is employed by the corporate debtor would be considered as employees under IBC. Again, it is a very wider definition. Everyone can be included under the term employee. So both the word workman and employee, they are include almost everybody who are in the industry or who are in the service. Also, explanation to section 326 of Companies Act, why I have come to it, I'll come to you, says that the workman in relation to a company means the employees of the company being workmen within the meaning of clause S of section 2 of Industrial Dispute Act. So if you also say, because I'll come to you why I'm considering this section 326, but just take for the time being that this 326 also says that workmen in relation to a company means its employees also. So in both ways, workmen and employees are in the similar in nature, and workman has a very wider sense. Employees and workmen comes under the category of operational creditors in IBC. Section 521 of IBC provides definition for operational debt, that is any claim in respect of provisions of goods and service, including employment. Can you please mute yourself, please? So if you see section 521, it says that operational debt not only limited to the supply, not all the suppliers' debt are considered as the operational debt. Also, if the service provider's debt is also considered as the operational debt, and this service also include the employment.
Sir, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So if PF dues are there,
Yeah.
would they be part of operational creditors or would they be part of government creditors?
I'll come to you. Very good question.
thank
Just
you.
because in the course of, I think you will get
No,
the
no
answer.
problem, no problem, no problem.
Just
Thanks,
keep
thanks,
the
thanks.
question in your mind. If I don't answer, then ask me in the list. Yeah, sure. So the service providers also, I mean, the employment service providers are also considered as the debt in respect of that is also considered the operational debt. Therefore, money owed to the employees and workmen is considered as the operational debt. I till now I have not answered that question whether the PF will be the operational debt or not. Only I mentioned that the money owed to employees and workmen, how it will come, we'll see later. But it is an operational debt. Section 520 of IBC defines operational creditors as a person to whom an operational debt is owed. Absolutely. I mean, it's very, very clear. I mean, so from whom the operational debt owed, they are considered as the operational creditor. Therefore, employees and workmen are the operational creditors to the corporate debtors. Other group is the financial creditors, and broadly, there are other categories also, but broadly the financial creditors are operational creditors. But Supreme Court in case JK Jute Mills Mazdoor Morcha versus Jugilal Kamalpath Jute Mills Company Limited upheld the insolvency application can be filed under Section 9, the section by which the operational creditors file the application by a registered trade union also, considering to be an operational creditor for the purpose of IBC. Friends, IBC is really evolving law. You know, there are lots of change, lot of clarity, lots of interpretation comes to the judicial pronouncements in IBC. So what we discussed that only the person who has provided their employment service are considered the operational debt creditor and their dues are considered operational debt. Supreme Court in this case, JK Jute Mill Mazdoor Morcha case, they said no. Also the trade union, of course registered trade union, where that person belongs, it can also file the case application against the company, and that is also an operational creditor. Okay. The Apex Court, after studying various provisions of Trade Union Act 1926, opined that a trade union, being an entity established under the provisions of the Act, would fall under the definition of persons under Section 323 of IBC. So if you see this definition of IBC, though it is not mentioned there, but Apex Court said that, okay, trade union also fall under this definition. So they can collectively can file the application, file the claim also. You know that there are different forms for filing the claim. For B, Form B is for the operational creditors other than workers and employees. D for the workers and E for the collective claim can be filed by the trade unions. Further, Rule 6, Form 5 of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Application to Adjudicating Authority rules also recognize the claims can be made not only in individual capacity but also conjointly. So, collective claim can also be filed under IBC. IBC is an effective tool for protecting the rights of the employees and workmen. And that's why that it said that it is not only the person who is directly affected, the group in which that person belongs can also step into the picture for the various provisions of IBC. Because why it is only mainly for employees and workmen? Because these employees and workmen are considered as the pillars of strength of economy. For them it is appreciated by the government that this group, they provides their services for the uplifting of economy. You know, then in economics also it is said that what are the factors of production? It is land, labor, machine, and capital. So labor is one of the very essential ingredients for the uplifting of the economy, and that's why many. I mean,
But
what?
Mr. Sen, in reality, is IBC? I don't think IBC is an effective tool for protecting the rights of workmen and employees.
You know, what do you mean by what? But for the claiming the dues, of course, it is an effective step. For recovering the dues, it is definitely an effective step, because lots of pronouncements will come later. Lots of announcements have been passed which really effectively discharge the recovery process for the workmen and employees. But if you say for the retrievement, all these things, definitely IBC is not meant for that also. You get your answer?
So when you mean it is effective tool, I must say that it is ineffective tool.
The effective tool for recovery, I say. I mean, it is understood that it is considered the effective tool for the recovery.
Yeah,
Can
that's what it is.
you say why you are considering as an ineffective tool? Please tell. Just clarify.
Because if I examine many cases, actually employees are getting pittance, although they have a priority. Even workmen are getting pittance.
But there are also cases where they are getting the preference.
I agree.
Even there are some cases I'll discuss with you where even the resolution plan is approved. Apex could on their own change the resolution plan and ask the successful resolution applicant to pay the entire money to the workmen and employees, okay, relative to the PF and gratuity dues. So when you say all these things, they are between, but you consider these things also at the same time, which are really actually not available to them earlier. Earlier, the resolution which we have, all these things are not available with them. Now, at least they are in a better position to recover their dues, their retirement terminal benefits. Do you agree or not? Tell me. So, shall we start? Proceed.
Mr. Partha, can I give my opinion here?
Sure.
One more thing, as you mentioned that the Supreme Court has treated trade union as a operational creditor, and they can collectively file an CRP case against the corporate debtor.
Yes.
So in that case, suppose there are hundreds of employees whose individual is not up to the threshold limit of 1 crore, but collectively as a trade union, they can file a CRP against the corporate debtor collectively, so that they achieve the threshold limit.
Yeah.
Now I am putting a different dimension for financial creditor. They can jointly file an application, but for operational creditor, they are debarred to file the application jointly.
Absolutely.
So, but for employees, you mean to say that from the trade union route, they can file a joint application and bypass the that operation credit that limit of 1 crore by collectively. So that is what the bypass route has been given.
No bypass. This is a law say. This is the judgment says.
No,
because I said that that Apex Court, after studying the Trade Union Act, they said that trade union also fall under the definition of person. And as per the IBC, person can file the application. So they are also person, they can file. There is no bypassing that thing.
No, I agree with you that as a individually they cannot file. When they do join as a trade union, collectively,
of course.
Trade union is nothing but a collective effort of the collective team of the employees. Right. So individually, none of the employees or workmen is eligible to file the CRP case, but collectively they are able to file. But
can you please mute yourself? Admin, can please mute the others, who are not talking.
Yeah. Sorry.
No,
So collectively, they can pass the threshold limit in the form of trade union.
Yes.
Supreme Court has definitely treated that as single, but as an operational creditor individually they cannot file. I mean to
Yes.
say,
Yes.
by this judgment of Supreme Court, now the operational creditor individually employees and individually as an operational creditor, they can file in CRP case against corporate debtor. That is what
Absolutely.
it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And now you see the Rule 6 and Form 5, they also said that employees and workmen can file collectively their claim. Sir, I mean, one thing I differ with you, there is no bypassing the law. This is within the framework of law.
Okay.
Because of the definition of person given in section 323 of IBC.
So in that case, suppose and for any company where there is no trade union and got hundreds of employees or workmen, they want to file collectively, they can do so. They can file.
I know registered trade union can only file. J.K. Mazdur case categorically said that it should be a registered trade.
Mr. Sen, can you just elaborate on the Rule 6 further? You said it is individually, and Mr. Raj raised a very valid doubt.
Rule 6, just keep it. Then I let me finish my. Then we'll go to it. But I have to see the.
Okay. Right.
I have to see the book, and I'll definitely clarify these things. Okay.
Yeah, please.
So shall we proceed?
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think we're through with this line. Now we come to the dues to the employees and workmen. Okay. So as per IBC explanation 2 to section 53, the term workmen dues shall have the same meaning as assigned to it under section 326 of Companies Act 2013. That's why I also take the reference of section 323 of the Companies Act earlier to tell you that the employees have the same meaning of a workman under section explanation to section 326. So in terms of, because IBC section 53 says that workmen dues also, I mean, that's why the section 326 has a direct impact, direct bearing on the IBC matters. Hello, can you just excuse me? I have to take a call, please. Sorry. So, you know, as per IBC explanation 2 to section 53, the term workman dues shall have the same meaning as assigned to it under section 320 of Companies Act 2013. In terms of explanation to section 326 of the Companies Act, such dues in relation to a company means the aggregate of the following sums due from the company to its workmen. So I mentioned the term word workmen, but it also includes the employees. Okay, for the obvious reasons. All wages or salary, including wages payable for time or piecework and salary earned wholly or in part by way of commission of any workman in respect of services rendered to the company, and any compensation payable to any workman under any of the provisions of the Industrial Dispute Act 1947. Is also one of the elements for the workman dues. All accrued holiday remuneration becoming payable to any workman, or in the case of his death, to any other person in his right, on the termination of his employment, before or by the effect of winding up order or resolution. What's it? Yeah. So unless the company is being owned up voluntarily merely for the purposes of reconstruction or amalgamation with another company, or unless the company has at the commencement of the winding up under such contract with the insurers as is mentioned in section 14 of the Workmen's Compensation Act 1923, rights capable of being transferred and to and vested in all workmen, all amount due in respect of any compensation or liability for compensation under the said act in respect of the death or disablement of any workman of the company, part of the workman dues. All sums due to any workman from the Provident Fund, the Pension Fund, the Gratuity Fund, or any other fund for the welfare of the workmen maintained by the company. This is also part of the workman dues. So all these 1, 2, 3, 4 are the aggregate of all these two are considered as the workman dues under the IBC also. As observed by the adjudicating authority. So, sir, I have not, till now, I have not answered your question there, whether PF dues and salaries, wages, everything can be recovered upfront for the workmen and employees. But I am coming to that.
Yes, sir.
As of, hello?
I said, okay, thank you.
Yeah. As observed by the adjudicating authority, because since I have mentioned that the PF dues are also included in the workman dues, one of the components, don't take that this is also be recovered and also the salaries will be recovered upfront, making without making payment anything under section 53. So as observed by the adjudicating authority, employees and workmen dues are their right to life. Friends, this is a very, very important observation made by the court. And I request all of you kindly take note of it. If any situation comes, any dispute comes, kindly handle the scenarios, the matters, keeping in mind that these dues of the employees and workmen are right to life. It is decided by the court. Definitely, you must have some points, all these things. But at the same time, the priority of these things will be given importance by the court of law, because these things are considered their right to life. So, but now we generally maintain our discussion confined with this Provident Fund, Pension Fund, and Gratuity Fund, because others we are not discussing elaborately. But when the reference comes, we will definitely will talk about it. Both, because these are also the Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund are also the terminal benefits or the retirement benefit for the employees and workmen. Both Provident Fund and Gratuity dues are statutory obligations of the employer. EPF Act provides for mandatory contributions by employers and employees. So, I mean, this thing, the contribution of employer towards this Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, Superannuation Fund, these are the, I mean, by the help of a statute, different statute. So it is the mandatory for the employer to make the contribution for this. Clause 29(3) of EPF scheme states that the employer's contribution towards the Provident Fund for a workman or employee covered under the EPF scheme is calculated as the prescribed and applicable percentage of basic wages. Basic wages DA actually drawn during the whole month, whether paid on daily, weekly, fortnightly, monthly basis. And you can see that here I have underlined the word paid on. You know what's happening, and many times it is seen that the corporate data promoters, they don't maintain their books of account. There is no list of the employees. And suddenly EPFO send the notice that this is the provident fund dues for this corporate debtor. And either there is no breakup, only the consolidated figure, or maybe the breakup is given, but what's happened, they said that, okay, this is the last salary information we have. So they added some percentage by increasing that salary for the inflationary effect. And then they said that, okay, this is the percentage of contribution. So this is the outstanding amount. Friend, PF dues is applicable for in IBC. And not on BC. PF dues is applicable on paid on. If the salary is disbursed, wages is disbursed, only then the PF contribution is statutorily payable. Unpaid wages, unpaid salary is not. So if any such notice comes, you have to ask for the details from the EPFO, and you see that whether actually the salary is disbursed for these employees or not, for which the liability is claimed for. If not, I mean, you should challenge this claim, and maybe you have to file the application for this. Section 11 of EPF Act provides for the priority of payments against PF dues, employer's contribution over other dues. However, references are erstwhile insolvency laws and Companies Act. The EPF also has a overriding clause. I mean, look, I mean, anything, whatever the things happen, you have to pay the contribution upfront. But this provision of Section 11 only covers the erstwhile insolvency laws and Companies Act. There is no amendment with respect to IBC. So gratuity is covered under the Gratuity Payment Act 1972. Section 4 of the said act provides that the gratuity will be payable to an employee on termination of his employment after he has rendered continuous service for not less than 5 years on his superannuation or retirement or resignation, or death or disablement due to accident or disease. So if an employee or workman provides for a continuous service of 5 years, then the gratuity is payable as per the statute, as per the Payment of Gratuity Act. The first provision to section, I am discussing these 6 in details because, you know, when practically the claim comes, we have to see all these things. The admissibility of the claim. Actually, I mean, okay, I'm sorry, I mean, resolution professional or internal IRP or RP, they don't have the adjudicating authority to judge the claim. But definitely when you accept the claim, you have to see all these provisions of law. The first provision to Section 4 of the Act provides that the completion of continuous service for 5 years shall not be necessary where termination of service of any employee is due to death or disablement. In that case, 5 years continuous service is not, I mean, applied. Otherwise, the mandatory requirement that the employee or workman has given continuous service of 5 years. An employer has to establish a fund towards his liabilities, towards gratuity dues, or take insurance his gratuity liabilities. You know, many, either the company or the corporate debtor, they create a gratuity fund of their own. Or what's happened, many insurance company like LIC, they make a insurance, they give a superannuation insurance, gratuity insurance for the corporate debtor or for the company, where company contribute every year based on the actuarial valuation. So the fund is not there in the books of accounts of the company, but the contributions are reflected in the accounts of the company. So either the fund should be created by the company, or there should be an arrangement with the insurance company for the payment of gratuity, which is given mentioned in section 483 of Gratuity Act. Therefore, there may or may not be a gratuity fund. However, the obligation of the employer remains towards the gratuity payment to employees. Also, no provision is there under Gratuity Act for the priority of gratuity payment by IBC. So, if you see, sir, I mean, a small step to your answer is, if you see IBC as such, I mean, very broadly, there is no priority payment for this PF or gratuity or the retail benefits, I mean, as compared to the waterfall mechanism given in section 50. But abhi baki hai. So do you have any question, any further question? No. Any question you have? No.
Related question.
Yeah.
By PF got clarified. Tax which is cut on salary and not paid.
Tax.
Income tax. Income
Yeah,
tax.
okay.
Does that also, because that is truly part of your compensation or a salary or a wage, whatever you may call, depending on the whether it's a workman or an employee.
Yeah.
And any liability outstanding on unpaid tax, will that be again as a workman due, or will it become a government due?
It is a government due. No? Workman due's definition I have already shown before you. I have
Sir,
given
if you go back to definition,
yeah,
it says
right.
that.
Tell me, there are the four components. No? This is the workman.
Yeah, so all wages and salary, including wages payable from time to time.
Yeah.
So if I have wage of, let's say, 100 rupees, or let's say 50,000 rupees a month.
Yeah.
Okay. For the sake of argument.
Yeah.
There would be so that's my wage. Maybe there are different components. And tax get deducted while paying that to me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But so effectively, I have a 50,000 wage, but I get paid, let's say 45,000 because there is a tax deduction. But at 5,000 is a liability which employer has to pay on my behalf, but actually it is my wage. Is it how that is viewed by law, or it is viewed as a government due?
Sir, if you see the accounting entry, first see the visualize the accounting entry. So if you see the accounting entry passed by the corporate debtor, it is what's happening? Salary account debit by 50,000.
Yeah.
But income tax department credited by 5,000 because it is payable to them.
Yes.
And bank account 45,000 because the money is going out from the bank. Okay. So this 5,000 is not the workman due. It is the due to the income tax department. Maybe on behalf of the workman, this liability the corporate debtor has incurred, but it is towards the income tax department, not for the workman.
No, I would
differ. I endorse the view of Mr. Kedar. Once you are depositing the TDS deducted with the income tax authority, you can say that is liability of the company. Suppose the company doesn't deposit, but the income tax department will recover that amount from the employee himself. So in that case, indirectly the liability continues with the employee only. So in that case, the company's liability, if they are not paying the TDS, that should be a operational liability part of the wages only. That is what Mr.
I agree with you. That is the operational liability, but not part of the wages. Workman dues. It is the operational liability of the income towards the income government dues. You can say towards the income.
I'll give you
different
varies with same numbers, a different situation.
Yeah.
I have salary of 50,000, but I have made investments which doesn't which doesn't necessitate company to deduct my 5,000 rupees tax. Company pays me 50,000, right? So in this case, you are saying that same salary, for one employee becomes a workman dues because it's paid to him, and another case because government it has to be paid to government under some statute. It is not a workman due. It is an anomaly. Secondly, let me complete, sir. You can answer. I mean, there could be different views. This is my question.
No,
And this is a
absolutely,
practical issue that I have also faced
please,
in assignment.
Please,
Okay.
please.
Secondly, so stance that workman seems to, I mean, when I went to this situation, stance that workmen took, or other employees took, is it is for operational convenience of government because they cannot go after few thousand employees or few hundred employees to collect tax individually. It's for their operational convenience. They have mandated somebody else to collect on my behalf. But it is my money which somebody is supposed to deduct and pay. So it is my due. How can this become not my due? Because as Mr. Sarogi said rightly, Rajkamalji ne bola, it is if I don't pay, if this tax is not paid up to the date of return, return cannot be filed. I have to pay out of my pocket. So eventually it's my money. So why it is not my due?
Sir,
secondly, if the tax is paid to the government by the company, and if my personal tax is not that taxable, then I get the refund from the department. So it is continues to be my money only.
Yes, absolutely right.
That's what I'm saying, sir. That's what I'm saying. You know what's happened? You have given two scenarios. One, I have incurred some, I have some salary. Okay. From their company has deducted tax. That money also mine because I, on my behalf, company is supposed to pay income tax department. So which one is the creditor here? It is the income tax department. I am not the creditor here because company is holding the money for the income tax from me. From me, they are holding this money on behalf of the income tax department. What you say? That it is not possible for the income tax department to go to 1,000 employees and collect money.
Yes,
So
it is not possible, sir. That is why they have done this.
The company is liable, so company is liable to the income tax department for depositing that money.
If the company fails, still income tax department recovers that money from the employee.
It is
so it is actually the that's employee's money.
Yes, I would agree, sir. Sir, I mean, you cannot have two stand when money is paid rightfully. Then it is a due to income tax. But it is not paid. It is a part of employee. It cannot happen. No, I mean, stand has to be consistent.
Sir, absolutely.
I think.
But you know what's happening? TDS, the liability.
Kedar, I for the time being, at the situation, what Mr. Partha is saying is like that only. But it should have been like that. That is what we want to say. That is the thing. In practical, what Mr. Partha is saying, that is the actual fact. That is being.
नहीं sir, employee case file करते हैं और उनको relief मिलता है. See, when it all, as he rightly said, when it goes for resolution plan, courts have taken, I mean, at least at NCLT level, they have taken a view that it is right. It is part of their dues. You cannot treat two different employees differently because one has a tax deduction and one doesn't have a tax deduction for the same salary. Anyway, that's an operational part.
No, but another thing I want to just mention here, sir, what you said that the employees file case against the company. First of all, that is not under IBC. Because the main thing, what I told you, IBC, main objective of IBC is for the resolution, not for recovery. Yeah, it is sort of recovery you are talking. So employees can file, definitely can file. You take money from on my behalf and didn't do anything, but it should not come under the purview of IBC. Maybe civil suit, criminal suit you can file, but not under IBC.
Okay. Let's move on, sir. Thank
you. Yeah, please. Okay.
So no further question. Fine. So now we come to the various provisions and treatment of dues under IBC. Okay. So first, this section 53, this section signifies the waterfall mechanism of IBC. by stipulating the priority of payment in case of liquidation. According to this section, workmen dues for immediately preceding 24 months appears in clause 1b, and employees dues for immediately preceding 12 months appears in clause 1c of the section. All other workmen and employees dues clause 1f of the section. 1f of the section, if you see the book, one F means say that any remaining debts on and dues. So, sir, clinching, I mean, again, another step forward to your question. As per the waterfall mechanism, 24 months dues of the employee dues and 12 months employee dues will be get priority under section 53, and if the debts or dues are more than 24 months for worker and 12 months for employees, it will be considered other dues. It will give lesser priority under waterfall mechanism. So, I mean, what you ask that whether the salary, wages and PF all are paid on priority basis, to answer that this is provided in section 53. This section has a non-obstante clause which states that notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any law enacted by the Parliament and state legislature for the time being in force. So whatever the law, other laws we have passed, central law or state law, this section 53 will prevail. And hence, unless IBC itself provides for an overriding priority to the particular date, this section will prevail over any other law, be it central or state. Clear? Also, you know, IBC has section 238, which section overrides all other laws. So, basically, this waterfall mechanism, which is established under IBC, will get the priority. We'll move forward. Okay. EPF Act also provides for overriding priority section 11, but it only refers to the earlier laws and no amendments. What I have already told you that this section 11 of under EPF is for the earlier insolvency laws or the Companies Act, but no amendment was made in section 11 with respect to the IBC. So section 53 and that 238 will stand. However, sir, I am telling you that IBC is what discussion we just had just now. IBC is really an evolving law, and many things which is not mentioned in the code itself are now settled through the various pronouncements. So maybe some judgment will come on what you said on TDS, whether it will be workman dues or not. But till now, according to me, it is not the workman dues. Maybe it will be settled that it will be considered as workman. However, it is held by NCLAT that no provisions of IBC and EPF Act are in conflict. As such, application of section 238 does not arise. So there is no overriding effect of IBC on EPF as observed by NCLAT in this case. The apex court concurred with the reasoning provided. I think this case is there. I don't know. We'll discuss, or if you're really interested, you can see this case. The apex court concurred with the reasoning provided by the Honorable NCLAT and refrained from interfering with his judgment and dismissed the appeal. So when the appeal was filed, apex court also dismissed the appeal. Say there is no conflict between IBC and EPF, and therefore there is no overriding effect of IBC on the payment of provident fund. Section 17B of EPF Act creates an obligation on the transferee to pay the contribution and other sums due from the employer at the time of transferring the organization. Hence, by the provisions of said Section 17B of the EPF Act, the successful resolution applicant is made liable to pay the provident fund which the CD owes to its employees and workmen. Sir, now I think I have answered your questions. Though I was waiting for discussing this case law, which I have in my subsequent slide. But what point you raise, as per this decision in Aircraft Maintenance Engineers and as well as the Tourism Finance Corporation India Limited, Supreme Court directed that all the terminal benefits like your PF, gratuity, pension, etc. have to be paid before making any payment under Section 53 from the fund created for this purpose. But the salaries, wages, other dues will be classified as that 24 months or 12 months or rest of the dues or debts. So have you get your answer? If not, kindly let me know. Who raised? You raised this, Mr. Kedar raised this point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you get the answer?
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll discuss this aircraft maintenance. I don't know whether it is tourism finance, but I am sure that I have taken this for the discussion, aircraft maintenance engineers. Because, you know, this is a very, very, I mean, what should I say? I mean, very bold judgment given by the apex court. Now the resolution professional, the applicant, they also think, they said, in this case, the resolution plan approved. Even then, Supreme Court said that no, since there is no conflict, so there is no overriding things in IBC. And as per this Section 17B, if the transfer organization is transferred, resolution applicant has taken this company, they have to pay these dues, PF dues, provident fund dues, and gratuity dues and pension dues. Not considering that the payment, what the payment they have already made in the resolution plan. Okay. Therefore, as the provisions of IBC do not override EPF Act, the relevant sections of 17B of EPF Act has been established. The EPF claims raised against the assets of the corporator are often opposed by the liquidator or the successful resolution applicant by largely relying on the term workman dues under Section 53B2 of the Code, which does not cover the EPF claim. But after this judgment, they have to know. Similarly, if you see Section 36(4)(a)(3) of IBC, this includes all sums due to any workman or employee from the provident fund, the pension fund, and gratuity fund from the liquidation estate of the corporate debtor, thereby excluding the same from the purview of the waterfall mechanism under Section 53, which enumerates the order of priority in which the claims have to be settled against the assets of the corporate debtor. So, as per this section also, which is mentioned, given in IBC code itself, they said that all sum dues, if any fund is there, that fund will not come under the, will not be considered as a liquidation estate. Maybe that amount, maybe not, that amount will be considered that the company is just holding in trust that fund for the employees and workmen. So everything should be paid or should be adjusted from that fund irrespective of what are the assets the liquidator has collected for the waterfall mechanism. This will not included in the total asset value for the waterfall mechanism. The Honorable NCLT Mumbai bench in case Precision Fasteners and Employees Provident Fund Organization interpreted the term workman's dues by tracing the legislative history of the term and purported meaning by drawing a comparison between the old regime under 56 Act and the current code. The courts referred to section 529 of Companies Act 1956, which lists components such as wages, salaries, remuneration to approved holidays and sums due to any workman from the Provident Fund, Pension Fund, gratuity, etc., falling under the scope of the term workman dues. This definition was retained in section 326 and 327 of the Companies Act, providing for the overriding preferential payments. However, the legislature explicitly excluded EPF dues from the liquidation estate under Insolvency Code by virtue of 36(4)(a)(3). What we have seen that workman dues also include that EPF, gratuity, all these things, the aggregate of all the payments to the gratuity. But the NCLT Mumbai bench in this case, they categorically said that EPF, gratuity, pension, it is mentioned EPF here because that case was only for EPF. But all the retail firms should be out from the liquidation estate, should not be considered for the waterfall mechanism by virtue of this section 36(4)(a)(3). This enables them to claim their EPF dues without being subjected to waterfall mechanism under section 53 of the code. So this is the final answer to your question. Such an interpretation perfectly aligns with the purpose and object of EPF Act of protecting the rights of the employees for it being a social welfare legislation. Okay, understood. This was highlighted because all these things, what I say, the right to life, the one of the observations of the adjudicating authority that is that, and it is true that we just accumulate these funds, we make the contribution because keeping in view our retired life. So if these are not treated separately, if no priority is given, definitely it will hamper our right to life. This was highlighted by the Apex Court in case of Employees Provident Fund Commissioner versus OL of SK Pharmaceuticals Limited, wherein it observed that the EPF Act is a social welfare legislation intended to protect the interest of a weaker section of the society, that is the workers employed in factories and other establishments who have made significant contribution in economic growth of the country. The workers and other employees provide services of different kinds and ensure continuous production of goods which are made available to the society at large. And this is the reason they have kept it separate. The current judicial trend in treating the EPF dues under the provisions of EPF Act and the code is highly characterized by judicial protectionism towards the employees. Very true. Which is in line with the legislative intent behind explicit exclusion EPF dues under section 36(4)(a)(3) of the code. And any question you have, any further question you can ask me. This position of law with regard to explicit exclusion of PF dues from the liquidation estate has now been endorsed and concretized by the Apex Court in Sunil Kumar Jain versus Sudesh Bhatt by explicitly saying Section 36(4) of IB Code has clearly given outright protection to workmen dues under Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, and Pension Fund, which are not to be treated as liquidation estate assets, and the liquidator shall have no claim over such dues. This fund balance will be utilized for this payment only. No prioritization can be made for the debts related to the others. So far, this lateral benefit is considered is a factor. These lateral or terminal benefits are factor. It is not said about the other wages or salaries of the workmen, other dues. There it is that as per the Section 53, 24 months or 12 months. But for this PF, gratuity, and pension, they said it is not under the purview of waterfall mechanism, and liquidator have no right claim over these dues. So another important section in this respect is Section 18F of the code, which allows the insolvency resolution interim. This will be interim. The code allows an interim resolution professional to take control and custody of any asset over which the corporate debtor has ownership rights. Friends, you know that when the CIRP is ordered, first the IRP is appointed by the adjudicating authority, and the first duty, one of the first duty is the take control over the assets and assets of the corporate debtor, because the management board of directors are suspended. However, if you see this code, and this is provided in Section 18. Section 18 casts this duty on the IRP, that among other your responsibilities, one of the responsibilities is that you have to take control over the assets of the company. But if you see the explanation to Section 18 of the code, provides for some exceptions which do not fall under the scope of the term assets of the corporate debtor. One of them being assets owned by a third party, and EPF dues are nothing but the assets of the employees lying in the possession of the corporate debtor. Again, I am saying I am only mentioning EPF, but it includes all the retail benefits, terminal benefits, EPF, gratuity, pension, everything. So as per that explanation, they said that all the assets which are in the possession of the corporate debtor will be taken over. The IRP will exercise its control over those assets, except the assets which are owned by the third party. Maybe third party has assets, some assets are lying with the corporate debtor, but IRP is not the responsible for taking over those assets. And it is also include the EPF dues. EPF dues.
Mr. Partho.
Yeah.
Can I put a question here?
Yeah, sure.
As you mentioned that that EPF dues, you want to say that include gratuity as well. Suppose an employee is continuing with the corporate debtor under CIRP process also.
Sorry?
Hello?
Yeah, tell me. Hello?
Yeah. An employee is continuing with the corporate debtor in the CIRP process also. At the moment, gratuity is not due. Gratuity, if his services are terminated, his gratuity will be due. So you want to say that in that case, the gratuity will be fully paid to that employee for the past period as well, because that takes an override.
Yeah, you know what's happened. I am coming. It is there in my slides. You know, here you have to consider two scenarios. One is the dues up to the commencement of CIRP, and another is during the CIRP. If the company is working as a going concern, if the corporate debtor is working as a going concern, and the concerned employee works with the RP or IRP, then all these dues which he has will be considered as the CIRP cost. No, now it is not your salary, wages, PF, nothing. If the corporator is working as a going concern and that particular employees also work with the RP or IRP, then the element of cost related to that employee or workman during the CIRP period will be considered as the CIRP cost. And as per section 50.
My question is little different. I agree with you that during the CRP period, any cost coming to the for the payment to the employees and will be part of CRP because that I agree. I do not have any question on that. Suppose an employee who is working during the CRP is past dues towards the gratuity, which is not yet due up to the CRP date, whether that will get the priority if the employee is being discharged.
No, sorry, I couldn't get you. Come again. Sorry, repeat it once again.
Suppose I am working with a company.
Yeah.
I'm an employee.
Yeah.
I'm working for last 20 years with the company.
That's true, yeah.
And during CRP, I'm also working.
Yeah.
So my gratuity is not yet due because I'm still continuing with the company. Gratuity will be due only when on my termination of the employment.
Yes.
Now, during CRP period, for any reason, my services are being discontinued, whether I resign or it is being terminated by the resumed professional.
Right.
So in that case, my gratuity will be due. I agree with you that during the CRP period, my gratuity portion will be part of CRP because there is no dispute on that.
Right.
My issue is regarding the gratuity portion, which is being I am eligible for my past period up to CRP date, whether that will take the priority over the other creditors' dues. That is my question is.
Yes. My answer is categorically yes. Your dues, gratuity dues up to the commencement of CRP is different and it will be paid from this gratuity fund. Provided you are entitled, what you say you are working for 20 years, definitely you are entitled as per the payment of gratuity. It will be considered after the commencement of CIRP. If you still working, it will not be considered. I mean, the period will not be extended. You get my point? What I mean to say, 20 years completed at the commencement of CIRP. Stop. One stop. It will be paid from this fund. CIRP started and you also working. Company is working as a going concern. There, your salary, wages, everything will be considered CRP cost, provided CRC is approved.
Well, consideration of CRP cost, I'm not going to that question.
Yes,
my question is
up to the
gratuity,
Sir, if I may also contribute, Rajkamal ji, I think you are playing on the word due, but that due is only for the payment of that due. Okay, if you're working for 20 years, I think gratuity would have been accrued and the payment of which is due on your resignation. Okay. So the liability has been crystallized already in the books, even though, I mean, as a prudent practice, even if you have not completed, let's say, gratuity period 5 years or whatever, you are still mandated to accrue the gratuity on a valuation basis. So I think that is where the differentiation will come. Sir, Partha sir, I have a different point on this position that you mentioned, if I may ask.
Tell me, please.
Okay, I have a unique situation. I'm dealing with I'm basically, I have a company which is into real estate development, and there is no financial creditor. There is only class of creditors, which is home buyers. Okay. Everything is a home buyer. Now, there are two situations. I mean, in one company, there are two types of this. One, land where it is where the developer has defaulted. Okay, and it is developer's company against whom CIRP process has commenced.
Yeah.
Developer has no right on the land.
No,
it has got only developmental rights.
Okay.
It has that's how typically it works. Okay. It doesn't have a land.
Yeah.
He has a development right.
Yeah.
So can I take a position? Can I go and say that on this land, because the company which I'm RP for has developmental rights, I will, can I exercise my right? That's my question number one. In the second case, another land parcel, he doesn't own a land, but that land is mortgage for his loan. It's a different company of the same I would say promoters. Okay. Again, there are only so there is in that company there is a combination of financial creditors and the home buyers. So again, the land is not owned by the company who has defaulted. It is owned by somebody, but that land has been mortgaged for the loan of this particular company, which it is taken from financial institution. So in both cases, can I really go and take a position of a land, or what exactly one can do?
Sir, to answer your question, first of all, this is not related to, I mean, I just make it clear that is not related to our workshop subject. But secondly, if you ask me, in the first case, it totally depends upon what sort of agreement you have with the land developer. Whether land developer is also, I mean, what should I, is in the partnership with the person who is build up this, then it is the third party asset, and I think IRP cannot take position of that.
Right.
IRP cannot take position of that.
And in the second case?
In the second case, the land is mortgaged on behalf of the company, I mean, corporate debtor, but he is not, it is not the owner.
It is not, he's not owner.
So again, I said, but you know, I mean, how bank has taken the mortgage? I mean, because, I mean, generally bank takes the mortgage for which you have the ownership, isn't it?
No, sir, they have done that. And it's very common model in real estate.
Yeah, third party mortgage is a normal practice.
It's a very normal practice in real estate. Yeah.
Sorry, third party.
Because in no case, so there is a landowner, there is a developer, and there is a buyer. That's a very typical model in real estate.
But then that landowner and the developer, they must have the agreement between them.
No. They have a development agreement, but not ownership. So ownership is not transferred. Ownership is retained by the owner.
Now,
but
maybe the ownership is retained by the landowner. But what I mean to say that, you know, whether it is a profit sharing basis?
No, it is not. It is not. So I'll tell you the transaction. What they have done is, landowner has a land parcel which he wants to be developed, right?
Yeah.
And he will get money only at the completion of the project. That's how the land his development agreement is worded. Okay. Let's say he has 10,000 square feet of land, which he has allowed a developer to develop. For that 10,000, some payment has been received as an advance. Partial payment will be, balance payment will be received once the project is complete, and there is a money which is received by the developer. That's how the very broad terms of an agreement.
Right.
Now, developer doesn't have money, or he needs money to build the project.
Right.
For a construction, for which he has taken a loan.
Right.
So it is not 10,000, it is huge. What I'm talking is 80, 100 acres. So the amount is significant. And so they had to take money. They cannot raise those funds by themselves. For that, this landowner has given a mortgage, third party mortgage.
Right. I think this case is more or less similar to JP Infotech case. The second case, what you are telling.
Yeah.
So they are also, in absence of very clear agreement for sharing profit, this land will also be considered as a third party asset.
Third party asset.
And I think IRP is not, IRP cannot take the position of that asset. But again, sir, I have to see the documents.
No problem.
Then can I only
no issue. No. This is second case, something which I landed maybe in 2 weeks
second
back.
Second case. I think more or if you really want, you can go to the JP Infotech case.
Okay,
law.
thank you.
It is mentioned there. What you are saying, it is similar to JP Infotech case. It appears to me.
Okay, thank you.
Acha, sir, can I have just make a phone call, please? Just sorry, I just. My apologies, sir. Sorry. So shall we proceed?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So similarly, if you see section, I think we have gone through this section, no? Section 18F. The code allows the insolvency to take control of the subsidiary, however, extension. Yeah, said yes. We have already gone through this. What's that? So now I have listed some very, very important case laws, legal pronouncements in this on this subject. And you will see that, I mean, you know, I told you earlier that this subject is really very critical, and one of the, I mean, issues where lots of pronouncements are there, and you know, some of them are totally conflicting to each other. So I mean, and one thing I say that I have only made the gist of this case law. So I suggest, if you really are interested to know more on this, you can download the order and you can go through it. So the first case law which I will discuss with you is Mr. Savan Gadiwala, the liquidator of Lanco Infratech Limited versus Apala Siva Kumar. It is an NCLAT New Delhi judgment, and the judgment was given on 11 February 2020. So what is the fact? The appeal emanates from the order passed by the adjudicating authority, directing the liquidator to pay gratuity to the employees, and the liquidator could not avoid the liability to pay gratuity to the employees on the ground that CD did not have separate funds for the payment of gratuity. So you know what's happened, that adjudicating NCLT ordered the liquidator to pay this gratuity to the employees, though the liquidator said there is no separate fund for the payment and therefore he cannot pay, but NCLT has passed the order. And that's why Saman Gadiwala, who is a liquidator of Lanco Infratech, he filed the appeal before NCLAT. The adjudicating authority further directed the liquidator to provide sufficient provision for payment of gratuity according to the eligibility of the employees. By the impugned order, the adjudicating authority rejected, these are all facts I'm telling you, as it rejected the contention of the liquidator, the payment of gratuity cannot be treated as part of the liquidation estate. So they said that it is a part of the liquidation estate, NCLT said no. The applicant contended that as per the requirement of Payment of Gratuity Act 1972 and Section 36(4)(a)(3) of IBC, the charge will remain in force against the assets of the city until the gratuity dues have been paid off. before making any payment to any entity falling under the waterfall mechanism devised under Section 53 of IBC. IBC provides statutory priority to the amount payable to the employees on account of gratuity over the other dates of CD. So they said that, look, first of all, there is no fund for the payment of gratuity. Secondly, there is said that it will be paid as per the priority mentioned in 53, and statutory priority to the payment on account of gratuity as per the Section 53. On this, all these points given by the liquidator to the NCLT, Urgent Authority, and NCLT rejected it, and the appeal filed before NCLAT. So what is the issue? The issue is the issue in the present case was whether a liquidator can be directed to make payment of gratuity to the employees of the company in case no fund is created by a company in violation of the statutory provision of Payment of Gratuity Act 1972. If there is no fund, though it is a violation, can the liquidator be directed? So NCLAT decision is such that it is the settled position of law that the Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, and the Pension Fund do not come within the purview of liquidation estate for the purpose of distribution of assets under Section 53 of the Code. Based on this, the only inference which can be drawn is that Gratuity Fund, Pension Fund, and Provident Fund cannot be utilized, attached, or distributed by the liquidator to satisfy the claim of other creditors. Section 36(2) of the Code provides that the liquidator shall hold the liquidation estate in fiduciary for the benefit of all creditors. The liquidator has no domain to deal with any other property of the corporate debtor which is not part of the liquidation estate. So NCLAT first say that, observe the position of IBC, which is given under Section 53 or Section 36, and it is noted in a decision order. In case where no fund is created by a company in violation of the statutory provision of the Section 4, even though I request you to just see what is mentioned in the order by NCLAT, and then what the NCLAT further said. In case where no fund is created by a company in violation of the statutory provisions of the Section 4 of the Payment of Gratuity Act, then in that situation also the liquidator cannot be ordered to make the payment of gratuity to the employees because the liquidator has no domain to deal with the properties of the corporate debtor, which are not in a portion of the liquidation estate. So if it is not portion of the liquidation estate, and if there is no fund as such, liquidator cannot be ordered to make the payment. Honorable NCLAT further held that determination about entitlement of gratuity by the employees of the corporate debtor is not a concerned area of the liquidator. Payment of gratuity to employees depends on their entitlement to gratuity, subject to fulfillment of the conditions as laid down under the Payment of Gratuity Act 1972, and also on the availability of fund in this regard. So what is the responsibility of a liquidator? Also, highlighted by the appellate tribunal. It is further held that Section 53(1)(b)(1) of the Code in regard to the distribution of assets relating to workmen dues is confined to a duration of 24 months preceding the liquidation commencement date. This question has already been decided by the gratuity fund, does not form part of the liquidation estate. So only 24 months is the criteria for the priority payment to the workmen. Thus, the question of distribution of gratuity fund in order of priority provided under section 53(1) of the code does not arise. Sir, this Savan Gadiwala case really provide the relief to the liquidators, especially for liquidator, but also for all the, I mean, other stakeholder like bankers, everybody. Because they said that this gratuity, pension, all these things, in absence of fund, it is not payable. It will come under the waterfall mechanism. But this enjoyment is a very short-lived. I am coming to that. However, the adjudicating authority has given the order to the liquidator that the liquidator cannot ignore the liability to pay the gratuity to the employees on the basis that corporate debtor did not maintain separate funds. Even if there is no fund maintained, the liquidator has to provide adequate provision for the payment of gratuity to the applicants according to their eligibility. So, okay, this is, I mean, just a, suggestion, I should say. But the main contention of the appellate tribunal is that if there is no fund, since these things are outside the liquidation estate, so this will be considered under section 53(1)(b)(1) and 24 months will get the priority only. Now after this comes the State Bank of India versus Mozarbeer Karmachari Union case. And it is, I mean, this case is decided by the Honorable Supreme Court. Date of judgment was on 7th February 2023. There are two civil appeal files. One is 258 of 2020 and another is 2520 of 2020. The fact of this case is such that the CIRP process was initiated against Mozarbeer Private Limited Corporator on 14/11/2017 and the adjudicating authority passed the liquidation order on 29/2018. Accordingly, the workmen of Mozarbeer stood discharged from section 33(7) of IBC. You know that, that when the liquidation order passed, the service, all the employees of the corporator are terminated by this section 33(7). But liquidator, then what's happened when the discharge, the liquidator by an email categorically denied the payment of the gratuity fund, the PF and pension fund preferentially, and included the same in the payments under the waterfall mechanism under section 53 of IBC, because this is mostly because of that Saman Gadiwala case. In 2019, the Mozarbeer Karmachari Union filed an application with the prayer that the direction be issued to the liquidator to exclude the amount due to them towards PF, pension fund, and gratuity fund from the waterfall mechanism and as envisaged under section 53 of IBC, and pay them the same under the stated head, as these will not constitute part of the liquidation estate. So they filed the appeal that, look, since these are not the part of the liquidation estate, so it should not be included in the waterfall mechanism. And this appeal filed with the Supreme Court. So what is the issue here? The issue is whether PF, pension fund, and gratuity fund can come within the meaning of assets of the CD for the distribution under section 53 or not. Now, what Supreme Court has said that in the liquidation process, the division bench squash and set aside the enclad order. Enclad order means that Saban Gadiwala. In this particular case, Supreme Court division bench categorically said that this order passed by enclad is totally misunderstood their earlier order, and resorted the order passed by NCLT that the provident fund dues, pension fund dues, and gratuity fund dues are not treated as a part of the liquidation estate. Totally conflicting decision given by Supreme Court from your Saman Gadiwala and would not therefore be recovered by Section 53 of IBC. Thus, PF dues, pension funds, and gratuity fund dues are not treated part of the liquidation estate and would not therefore be recovered by 53, which provides waterfall mechanism. So, I mean, I told you earlier that I have just given the gist of this order. So, if you see the order in detail, they categorically said that these PF, pension, and gratuity should be paid not as under the waterfall mechanism, but as a separate thing, since the fund which is created for these are not the liquidation estate assets of the corporate debtor. So what is given verdict by the Saban Gadiwala is absolutely reversed by the State Bank of India, Supreme Court in State Bank of India versus Mozarbeer कर्मचारी Union case. The third case which I have noted is that I also may give the reference of this case earlier. It is for Jet Aircraft Maintenance Engineers Welfare Association versus Ashish Chawacharya. Mr. Ashish is a RP for Jet Airways NCLT case, CIP case. It is the NCLAT New Delhi order and date of judgment is 21/10/2022. The issues here are like this: whether the workmen and employees are entitled to receive the payment of Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, and other literal benefit funds in full, since they are not part of the liquidation estate under Section 36(4)(b)(3) of IBC. The second issue is whether the workmen and employees are entitled to receive their dues from the corporate debtor as per the provisions of the code, that is minimum liquidation value envisaged under Section 32(b) by referring to the waterfall mechanism as provided in Section 53(1). You know, I mean, when the resolution plan is submitted by the resolution applicant, the plan must reflect the payment to the operational creditor, either the minimum liquidation value, the share based on the liquidation value, or if what will be their share if the resolution, if the amount is disbursed by the resolution applicant. So, second issue is that whether they can get that money. The what contentions that was given before the adjudicating authority, appellate tribunal, is that a great emphasis had been laid down by the counsel for appellant on workmen and employees' entitlement to payment of PF, gratuity, and other literal benefits in full. The submission was supported by provisions of Section 36(4) IBC, which provides that the assets which shall not included in liquidation, which provides that the assets shall not be included in the liquidation estate. The said section contains an injunction the following, within inverted comma, the following shall not be included in the liquidation estate assets and shall not be used for recovery in the liquidation. The instant recovery for the financial creditors. So these are not the liquidation estate. Since these are not liquidation estate, this cannot be considered for the recovery to the financial creditors. The instant case is concerned with clause 3 of subsection 4A, which is all sums due to the workman employee from the Provident Fund, Pension Fund, or the Gratuity Fund. The submission, this is submission for the workman. So this is also a submission appellant. The submission of the appellant is that when the sums due to the workmen from PF, Gratuity Fund, and Pension Fund are excluded from the liquidation estate, the sums due to any workmen towards these should be paid in full, and waterfall mechanism under section 53(1)(b) should not be applicable for computing such claims of the workmen and employees. Clear? The sums due to any workman from the above funds are excluded from the liquidation estate. What we have discussed, that whether the entire thing will be paid, and it will not be, nothing will be covered under section 133. The 24 months will also not be covered. Legislative intent is clear that any sums due to any workman from the aforesaid fund are excluded and cannot be used for the recovery in the liquidation. This is the submission made by the appellant, JTRS commercially. The object is that sums due to any workman and employee from the aforesaid funds should not be used for recovery in liquidation for the dues of other creditors, since those dues are exclusive to the workmen and employees. Now, what observations made by the tribunal, appellate tribunal? In the present case, the resolution plans had been approved. I said now that resolution plan already approved by the INCLAD, and therefore it is not a case of liquidation. So since the resolution plan is approved, so it is not a liquidation case. The CD is statutorily obliged to deposit the provident fund of the workmen and employees with EPFO, and no amount were deposited after February 2019. The insolvency commencement date being 26/2019, the CD was obliged to deposit the contribution towards PF with EPFO. So they said that it is, say, it is a revival case, not a liquidation case. So when it is a revival case, not when, since it is a revival case, it appears that the CD should deposit the fund, the dues to the EPFO up to the commencement date, insolvency commencement date, which is 26/19. But it is seen that after February, nothing is said. So it said that the CD was obliged to deposit the contribution to our PF with EPFO. The workmen are entitled for issuing appropriate direction to successful resolution applicant to make payment of their workmen dues and gratuity dues up to the date of insolvency commencement date, less the amount already received under the resolution plan towards the PF and gratuity. So just now we discussed this point. So this case confirmed the payment to the workmen and employees also, that they said that it is now the responsibility, since it is not done, since the amount is not deposited by CD, it is the responsibility, now it is the responsibility of successful resolution applicant to make payment to the workmen, PF and gratuity dues up to the date of insolvency commencement date. Less the amount, if something is already paid, that will be deducted. So these dues, even if the resolution plan is submitted and approved, these dues have to be paid by the successful resolution applicant subsequent to the approval of his plan. This really creates, I should not say problem, but it really creates the concern for the resolution applicant, because resolution applicant may find that this is not feasible afterwards. So I don't know, I am not aware of any instance, any case laws where resolution applicant backed out because of this stipulation by the authority, adjudicating authority. I think it is a hardship on the resolution applicant. Once the plan is approved, then if you say over and above, there is another case that is from the Supreme Court, where Supreme Court has revised that plan. I think it is unclear. Yes, it is unclear. There is another case for Supreme Court. Anyway, The CD having not deposited a statutory dues with the of the said statutory liability has to be discharged by successful resolution applicant. Enclave mentioned in their order. If a CD maintains a fund for payment of PF gratuity fund and other retirement benefits to its workmen and employees, that shall be an asset, and IRP is required to take control and custody of the assets over which CD has the ownership rights by virtue of section 18F1. However, as per the explanation to section 18, the assets comprising PF gratuity funds or a pension fund, PF gratuity fund or sorry. Or a pension fund and belonging to be maintained by CD are assets on which employee and workmen have the right, although assets are in possession and control of the CD. Though the funds are in the possession of the CD, but the control is not in the hands of the CD. Because true owner for these funds are the employees or workmen. Therefore, such assets thus are not to be taken control by IRP after initiation of CIRP. Hence, the said funds, that is PF gratuity fund and pension fund, are maintained by the CD, have to be utilized fully for payment of PF gratuity and pension of the workmen and employees, and thus these assets cannot be included in the information memorandum of as the assets of the CD while inviting the resolution plan. The adjudicating authority said that you should not include these assets because these assets are not belongs to the corporate debtors. The workmen and employees are entitled for payment of full amount of PF gratuity and pension till the date of commencement of insolvency, which amount is to be paid by the successful resolution applicant consequent to approval of the resolution plan. In addition, please note the word in addition to the 24 months workmen dues as the workmen are entitled under section 53(1)(b) of IBC. So those other dues will also be paid, but that will be governed by 53(1)(b). But till the date of starting of CIRP, entire dues towards this PF gratuity and pension has to be paid by the successful resolution applicant. Therefore, in addition to part amount of provident fund and gratuity as proposed in resolution plan to workmen, SRA is obliged to make payment of balance unpaid amount of PF gratuity to workmen and employees. Sir, do you have any question on this, sir? Because I mean, it is settled by the NCLAT now that SRA has to pay this money. Good. So I have noted some more legal pronouncement, but I have not make this type of detailed analysis like others and the previous ones, but I just mentioned these things for your information. If you are really interested, you can see, you can download these cases from the net and go through it. But these are really very, very important and also very interesting. First one is the Precision Fasteners Limited versus Employees Provident Fund Organization. It will show the how the entire thing has a rapid changes from the initiation of the code and now at present. There is a lots of, I told you that this is the critical because there are lots of pronouncements, and these pronouncements they make the subject matter so radical changes, brought so radical change for this subject matter. I mean, it is really, I mean, I told you that this is maybe a subject of interest for the lawyers also. Presentation Fasteners Limited versus Employees Provident Fund Organization. In this case, what's happened? The point for consideration in this case was whether or not Provident Fund, Pension Fund due and pay due, whether or not Provident Fund, Pension Fund due and payable to the workers or employees of the corporate debtor will become part of the liquidation estate in the light of Section 36 of IBC. Because always this, whatever pronouncements you will see on this subject, all pronouncements are evolved with these sections only, this section 53, 36 mainly, and section 18. Here also it is asked that whether this is in light of section 36, whether the provident fund dues are payable to the employees and the corporate debtor. The Honorable NCLT Mumbai Bench in its order dated 12 September 2018 observed that dues of Provident Fund, Pension Fund and Gratuity Fund have to be deemed as an asset of the workmen or employees, irrespective of whether they have been maintained in a separate account or not by the company under liquidation. The judgment further elaborated that Employees Provident Funds and Miscellaneous Provident Fund Act 1952 is a social welfare legislation to protect against the weakest section of the society as enshrined in the directive principles of Constitution of India. Hence, it can be ascertained that sums due from the Provident Fund, Pension Fund and Gratuity Fund are different from the general term of workmen dues as provided in section 53 of IBC. Again and again that thing is established that you have to make it separate, that other dues of the employees are workmen and employees from their Provident Fund dues, Gratuity Fund dues, or in short, the retirement benefit dues. While the retirement benefit dues are not part of the liquidation estate, others will be governed by section 53 1B. 1C for employees. Thus, the workmen employees are free to realize their Provident Fund, Pension Fund and Gratuity Fund dues without being included in the order of priority for distribution of liquidation assets as set out in section 53 of the IBC. The judgment held that the right of all other conditions over the assets of the company is a property right, where as workmen dues are interwoven with right to life. I used this word earlier also. In this case, it is mentioned that this retirement benefit is there, it's sort of right to life. Otherwise, it is considered as a property right. So, the right to life is more severe, more accurate than the property right. Because these amounts are the savings made the workmen out of their hard-earned money for the life and retirement, and linking such sums on par with the debts of the creditors is nothing but diluting the most valuable and inalienable right of a person. So they said that yes, Pension Fund and Provident Fund and Gratuity Fund payment can be made in isolation of the priority payment as prescribed under section 53. Then another case is Alchemist Asset Reconstruction Company Limited versus Mozarbeer, India. The NCLT Principal Bench, New Delhi, held that overriding effect of section 238 over any other law for the time being in force will not have any bearing over the amounts due and payable to the workman employee by way of Provident Fund, Pension Fund and Gratuity Fund, deemed assets of the employee, because those amounts are specifically excluded from liquidation estate under section 36(4)(a), by reason of which section 53 of IBC shall not be applicable to this amount. Friends, I think you will remember that in some slides we have said that the court has observed that there is no conflict between IBC and PF Act. And this is one of the reasons given in Alchemist Asset Reconstruction Company Limited versus Mozambique. They said, look, since this Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund and Pension Fund are separate, are deemed assets of the employees and separate as per section 18F, explanation to section 18F. So section 53 is not applicable. And since section 53 is not applicable for this, section 238, the overriding effect of IBC cannot be applied for this, because there is no conflict. They are not part of the asset liquidation estate. I think this is one of the very oldest judgment, and there it is said, that's I'm saying, I mean, with the evolvement of the IBC, there are lots of things are, I mean, clarified, I should say clarified, or there are, I mean, there are 360-degree changes in the concept of IBC for the matters, for any matter. Because if you see this case, Regional Provident Fund Commissioner 1 versus Karpagam Spinners Private Limited. In this case, it was pleaded by the Regional Provident Fund Commissioner that the categorization by the resolution professional of the dues under EPF Act under section 53(1)(f) as other remaining debts and dues is not incorrect, and that the EPF dues shall be a first charge on the assets of the establishment and shall have priority against all the dues, including the waterfall of liquidation payment as set out in section 53 of the IBC. This is claimed by the Regional Provident Fund Commissioner. But the adjudicating authority held that pursuant to section 238 of IBC, the IBC will override anything inconsistent with the IBC, including EPF Act, and that workmen dues as payable under the EPF Act will not be considered in priority to priority of payment under section 53, in priority to priority of payment under section 53 of IBC. Under this judgment, everything they have considered. They okay, this will be considered in totality, and therefore with the provision of section 238, it has the overriding power. It is, however, to be noted that in this case, no reference made section 36 of IBC. Okay. So when what point I want to establish is that not only the code, the subsequent judicial pronouncements also make the things clear, or what should I say, make the things critical for us. So as a RP or IRP or liquidator, first of all, you must have the solid knowledge of the act and also the knowledge of the pronouncement, current pronouncements, which are given by the adjudicating authority. In this only on this way we can avoid the litigations on the subject. Then another case I have noted is that Sikandar Singh Jamwal versus Vinay Talwar and others. In this case, an appeal was filed by the ex-employee of CD challenging the order of the adjudicating authority approving the resolution plan. This is the another plan, the case where the resolution applicant was asked to pay the money in addition to the what he has mentioned in his resolution plan. We will just go to it. An appeal was filed by the ex-employee of CD challenging the order of the adjudicating authority approving the resolution plan. The grievance of the appellant inter alia was that they were not paid full payment of provident fund due to the CD. NCLAT considered and the provisions of section 36(4) and section 53 of IBC. A reliance was placed on the judgment of Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited versus Rainbow Papers Limited and issued following directions. What directions it has issued? That the successful resolution applicant to release full provident fund dues in terms of the provisions of Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provident Fund Act 1952 immediately by releasing the balance payment. The impugned order approving the resolution plan stands modified to that extent. And for what's happened, NCLAT said that they have to make the full payment, and whatever the resolution plan already submitted and approved, it is modified accordingly. There is no approval from COC, no consent from the RA. They said it is time modified, and the RA has to pay this full amount. Whatever they already paid, the balance amount has to pay by RA. And most interestingly, this judgment was filed, civil appeal was filed before Supreme Court, and this appeal was dismissed by the Supreme Court. So now we can say that this should be taken as the established stand, unless and until some new thing develops. Another case law is there, the Sunil Kumar Jain others versus Sundaresh Bhatt and others. Here what's happening in NCLAT dismissed an appeal filed by the workmen and employees of Messrs. ABG Shipyard Limited against NCLT order denying relief to the workmen employees with regard to their claim relating to salary, including PF and gratuity for the period involving CIRP and the period prior thereto. I think Raj sir, you raised this point. What will happen for the portion up to the commencement and after the commencement? So NCLAT dismissed the appeal which is filed by the employees of ABG Shipyard on this ground that the claim relating to salary, including PF and gratuity for the period involving CIRP and the period prior thereto. Agreed by NCLAT order, workmen and employees preferred the appeal before the Honorable Supreme Court. The issue dealt was with respect to wages and salaries of the workmen and employees during the CIRP period and the amount due and payable to the respective workmen and employees towards the Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, and Pension Fund. The contentions of the appellant, that is workmen and employees, was that the salaries and wages and the dues payable to them during CIRP period will be qualified as CIRP cost under section 5(3) of IBC and are liable to be disbursed even prior to the amount disbursed under section 53 of IBC. It was further submitted that the Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, and Pension Fund amounts remain outside the liquidation under section 36(4) IBC. So the issues before the Supreme Court is that, firstly, the amount which is payable to them during CIRP must be considered as the CIRP cost and will be disbursed as per section 53 first, before any disbursement is made. And their claim for the Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, and Pension Fund should remain since these are the remain outside the liquidations. Hello? Any question you have? On the other hand, the respondent, this is the appellancy, that on the other hand, respondent contended that the wages and salaries claimed by the appellant did not work during CIRP period and had not assisted RP liquidator during the CIRP would not fall within the parameters of CIRP cost within the definition of section 5(3) of IBC. They said the person who have not worked is not will not fall under their payment will not fall under the CIP cost. While considering the claims of the concerned workmen or employees towards the wages and salaries payable during the CIP, first of all, it has to be established and proved that during CIP, the CD was working as a going concern, and the concerned workmen employees actually worked while the CD was a going concern during CIP. So two criteria has to fulfill. First of all, that CD really works as a going concern, and the concerned person also worked with RP or IRP while the CD is functioning as a going concern. Therefore, two steps formula have been evolved. An exclusion has also been evolved wherein the wages and salaries of all other workmen employees of the CD during CIRP who actually have not worked. So this part is for the employees who have worked, and there is another category who have not worked. Well, exclusion who has also been evolved wherein the wages and salaries of all the other workmen employees of the CD during who actually have not worked and or performed their duties when the CD was a going concern. CD going concern, but they have not worked, shall not be included automatically in CIRP cost. In that case also, it will not be considered as a CIRP cost. Further, the wages, salaries which are included in CIP cost will have first priority in terms of section 53(1)(a) of IBC, and all other wages and salaries which are not included in CIP cost shall have to be governed under section 53(1)(b) or 53(1)(c) for workmen and employees respectively. This is the contention of the respondent. On the issue of Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, and Pension Fund, the Honorable Apex Court noted that Section 36(4)(3) of IBC specifically excludes all sums due to any workman or employee from the PF and PF, the Gratuity Fund and Pension Fund, from the ambit of liquidation estates, and therefore liquidators shall not have any claim over such funds. I am sorry, I think. Yeah, this is the decision of the Supreme Court that there should be two steps formula, and those who are working during CIRP while the CD is working as a going concern will be considered as CIRP cost and not, because this, if you see this judgment, in this judgment the Apex Court mainly discussed this point, whether the salaries and wages of the employee who work for the CIRP, how it will be treated. The treatment of salary and wages for the employees who worked during CIRP while the CD is working as a going concern, and those who have not worked as though the CD is working as a going concern. And only this they have touched upon the Apex Court, that it is not again and again what we have already discussed, that this PF, gratuity and pension is not within the ambit of liquidation estate. So liquidator has no claim over these ones. So at this point, do you have any question? So can I suggest one thing? Can we take 10 minutes break at this point?
Sure, sir.
If all you have the consent.
Yeah.
So it is now 3:45. We'll come back 5 minutes to 5. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Thank you so much. Thanks. So friends, can we start now?
Yes.
Yeah. So now we will discuss some critical points on employees and workmen dues, how it will be handled. Maybe we have discussed some points already, but okay, let's discuss. So pension, as I said, the pension, PF, pension, gratuity are called retirement benefits and terminal benefits. And these dues I only confine to the payment of this PF gratuity only. There's basically employees' dues under the statutory provisions which are provided through contributions to the respective funds and treated as the employee cost in the books of account. Some special points categorized as below. So my first point is that employees and workmen contributions towards fund have been deducted from their salaries and wages, but not. First situation is this. Employees and workmen contributions towards funds have been deducted from their salaries and wages, but not deposited by CD. Similarly, employers' contribution towards these funds for paid salaries have not been deposited. As all of us have seen earlier, that PF liability comes only on the basis of paid salaries. So this situation, and they have already deducted PF and PF, but not deposited. And similarly, the employer contribution also not deposited. So what stand takes that such dues form part of the respective funds with CD, and these have to be paid by the liquidator under the provisions of section 36(4)(a)(2) prior to any distribution of the funds under provisions of section 53. Friends, I think we have lots of discussion by this time to justify this stand. So the stand is that if the PF dues are really deducted from the salaries well disbursed, not paid, and if the corporate employers not contributed his contribution on the paid salary, it is the liability of the liquidator to pay this money first to the employees before any payment is made under section 53, irrespective of whether any fund is there or not. Any comment from you? You can say no. Once the deduction has been made from the salary wages, is deemed to be the asset of the employees, workmen, and not of the CD. So this is the stand for this situation 1. And this is also confirmed in this case Asset Reconstruction Company India Limited versus Precision Fasteners Limited. Now, scenario 2 is the dues in respect of employers' contribution for PF, pension funds in respect of unpaid salaries and wages, and for gratuity fund in respect of both paid and unpaid salary and wages. So you know that gratuity, there is no question of paid salary or unpaid salary. Calculation of gratuity depends on the number of years of service. Half month for every completed number of years of service. So scenario 2, we consider that dues in respect of employers' contribution for PF pension funds in respect of unpaid salaries and wages. The salaries and wages have not been paid. So definitely there is no deduction for the PF from the salary and wages of the employee or workman. But what will be the position for the employer's contribution for these unpaid salaries and wages? And similarly for the gratuity fund in respect of both paid and unpaid salaries and wages, where the contribution of the employer has not been made. And here, friends, we have the very conflicting or rather I will say divergent rulings from NCLT and NCLAT. I mean, maybe some new thing will again come. But what the situation stands as on now, as on date, is that as discussed, NCLT Chennai in RPF Commissioner versus Karpagam Spinners held that PF dues won't get any priority and upheld the decision of the liquidator to categorize the EPFO dues under section 53(1)(f) as other remaining dues, debts and dues. We have already seen this case, but it was in the initial stage of IBC, where NCLT Chennai said that it will be treated as the other dues. Then the second opinion from NCLT Mumbai in Asset Reconstruction Company India Limited versus Precision Fasteners Limited held that dues in respect of Provident Fund, Pension Fund, Gratuity Fund shall not be treated as part of the liquidation estate. So these things have to be paid. NCLT Principal Bench New Delhi in Alchemist Asset Reconstruction Company Limited versus Mozambique versus Mozambique India Limited, citing ruling of NCLT Mumbai in Asset Reconstruction Company versus Precision Fasteners Limited held that dues in respect of Provident Fund, Pension Fund shall not be treated as a part of the liquidation estate. So anything out of that fund to be paid without any priority to the employees and workmen. Any question you have? Okay. So now we will go to the, it is further held that if there is any deficiency in the Provident Fund, Pension Fund and Gratuity Fund, then the liquidator shall ensure that the fund is made available in the aforesaid accounts, even if their employer had not diverted the requisite amount. Categorically, this is told by NCLT Principal Bench Delhi in Alchemist Asset Reconstruction Company Limited. So that will not be a consideration that the employer has not made contribution to this one. It has to be provided by the liquidator. In appeal NCLAT in State Bank of India versus Mozambique Karmachari Union and another upheld the decision of NCLT Principal Bench in New Delhi. This decision is also upheld by the NCLAT in New Delhi in the case State Bank of India versus Mozambique Karmachari Union. Then another thing we have already seen that, but it is totally overruled by the Apex Court now, that NCLAT in Savan Gadiwala versus Abala Siva Kumar held that if CD had not created fund for gratuity, then liquidator is not under any obligation to provide for the same. So as per the case, it was said that if there is no contribution, then liquidator has no obligation also. But as we have seen that these things has been overruled. Overruled in that case, State Bank of India by Mozambique by the Apex Court. So now we'll come to the another scenario where balance outstanding in Provident Fund, Pension Fund and Gratuity Fund at the time of commencement of liquidation. What will happen?
Sir, I have a query. May I disturb you?
Sure, sure.
Sir, we have got demand from the authorities, PF authorities, for interest and penalties for the past, non-compliance by the CD and suspended management. So as per their view, these charges are also, they are treating at par with this Supreme Court judgment that they are to be paid in priority. So is there any such judgment, because they are not the contribution by the employees or employer, as you are rightly saying, that is basically penalties and other interests for non-compliance. So what should be the treatment for that?
Sir, as I have already, I think you have also noticed that all the case laws, in fact, the provisions of IBC also, they talked about the fund. This penalty, interest, damages, all these things are the government liability.
Right.
It will not be considered under the PF gratuity. I said, you know, I think in the beginning of my price told you, it is a general tendency of the EPFO. And that too also, you have to ensure that whether this liability for the paid, because PF liability accrues, not the gratuity, PF liability accrues only on the paid salary.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, it is my suggestion. What's happening if you have the list where the PF is pending, you have to check the how much is the liability of the employees for the disbursed salary. And again, it is my opinion. You can really discuss with your lawyer. You pay directly to the employee. Because if you pay to the EPFO, what happens? They will adjust their charges, all penalties, damages, everything. They will charge, and there is a shortfall in your payment.
Right.
You have to shell out more money. So my suggestion, my interpretation, that you take the list or you prepare the list and you pay. You can file the application to adjudicating authority also. I am doing in this way. I have the liability to pay them. I will pay them.
Right. Because they are even refusing to file any form, claim form.
They don't file anything. They don't file anything.
Right,
they just give the figure on a hard thumb rule.
Right.
I say that these are the employees, because you don't know whether the employee has left already, because there is no records from the CD available from CD.
Right.
So, but in a nutshell, these damages, all these things are not form part of the PF dues.
Right.
These separate government dues. They can be dues for the PF authority, and it will be treated under section 53 only.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one more question related to this only.
Yeah.
In one of the case, suppose the PF department has sent the register, their ECS registered, saying that 100 employees are there, on which their company is depositing the PF, for which they are saying the PF has not been deposited.
Okay.
However, I have received the claim of only 50 people, suppose.
Okay.
Who has filed the claim with me. So that means either the employees has already left in between from the filing of PF written by the company, or they have not filed the claim with me. That two possibility could be there. So in that circumstances, what should be the amount of employees due?
That's why I'm saying, okay, if so, but you don't have any the records of the earlier period.
No, I do not have any record of the company. Company's management is absconding, so no information from the company. Only the claims what we have received by publishing that we have the record.
In that case, if you take my suggestion, again, it is my suggestion. I really request all of you, please consult with your lawyer. In this case, you file the application. You first of all challenge the EPFO. How we have ascertained this figure?
So this is my ECS. They have clearly says the 100 employees are there. So last written filed is of 100 employees. 100 employees multiplied by this to till the CIRP date. This is your dues.
No, but sir, one thing, that suppose that 100 employees are existing in the month of August. Say.
Suppose August 15, 100 employees were existing.
But now you are settling their claims. I mean, sorry. Suppose the 100 employees are existing, not August, on a certain date for which the department has given you the list. Look, this is
the last written filed by the company. Yeah.
Right. Now you have to ask for the payment. Suppose that date is a old date and you don't have any record for that.
Record.
You must ask for the employer department that you show me that if
But employer is not there. No, employees is not
department,
giving.
PF department. If there is any settlement, that the department must have the record with them. It is, I think, EPFO case. No, it is not the provident fund maintained by the company.
It is EPS.
EPF. So EPF must have the record. So you ask for the settlement. If they say no, then I think you file the application with the NCLT. They look, sir, as per my record, present record, or I have received these things only for 5 employees. So I will go and pay them as per the claim. I want you to avoid payment to EPFO because you know what's happened. They will adjust all their dues from that.
Understood.
Unnecessary, because they are not entitled for that. They will come under as per section 53.
Yeah, the same question asked by the previous.
That's what I'm saying.
Colleague.
So first of all, you ask them that how we have assessed how this list, because this list I believe is an old dated list. This 100 employees. You also have to verify. You have to take the steps to verify. If it is absolutely.
And second question is very frequently coming is, suppose employer is absconding again in the same case. Now some person has filed the claim. So the department is asking you verify the claim and you verify their status and submit the document for their claiming. So whether the liquidator or the RP can verify the document without having any record with him?
No, but the person submit the claim, that he should give you the documents.
So he is not submitting. He has not submitted the claim. He has directly went to the department and asked for his dues. The department says you go to the company and get it certified. So who will certify the document?
No, it is not the responsible RP, I'm telling you, that to certify his dues, because you are not there at the time. So first of all, but definitely you have to assist. That's why I say that you always keep in your mind the right to life, this word. So you have to take all the necessary steps to find out the records. If it is not there, you say that I don't have any record. This is the responsibility of the person also who lost the claim to have the records with him. He cannot say, no, I don't have any record. But definitely we have to provide him the assistance, because maybe they are not literate, they may be illiterate, they don't know the implications. So if anything happens, and the best thing that you also raise all these points to COC and take their opinion that how to handle these things, so that you can safeguard yourself. But my suggestion, don't go as per the list of EPFO unless and until you're 100% sure, yes, this is a general list.
Thank you.
So scenario 3 is the balance outstanding in the provident fund, pension fund, and gratuity fund at the time of commencement of liquidation. The stand is that balance outstanding in provident fund, pension fund, and gratuity fund at the time of commencement of liquidation are to be paid by the liquidator under the provisions of section 36(4)(a)(3) prior to distribution of fund to under the provisions of section 53. This we also have discussed. We have seen the pronouncements. And this is the stand. Now come to the fourth scenarios where claims of the employees and workmen for the period prior to commencement of CIRP of corporate data. And there are 2 scenarios again where the resolution plan is received. If the resolution plan is received, the amount that the workmen or employees of the city shall be entitled to receive against the amount of their claims admitted by IRP or RP is covered under section 32B of IBC. It means that under the resolution plan, workmen employees shall be entitled to receive higher of the following amounts. What are those? Amount of liquidation value if were to be distributed as per section 53 of IBC, or amount of resolution plan total value offered under resolution plan if were to be distributed as per section 53 of IBC. But friend, one thing I am sorry that I have missed to incorporate here. If it is related to your PF gratuity, retirement benefits, in short. That now the judicial pronouncement said that has to be paid by the successful resolution applicant over and above their payment under this. Okay. Because when the resolution applicant submit the resolution plan, he will mention this to satisfy section 32A2B. But once the plan is approved, that PF gratuity, all the detailed things will be paid by him. It is now established. And scenario, again, the second scenario where the liquidation of the corporator is ordered by A. In such case, the admitted claims of workmen and employees needs to be bifurcated into two categories. Claim for gratuity, provident fund and pension, and claims of wages and salaries. As regards the claim for provident fund, pension fund and gratuity fund, the same shall not form part of the liquidation asset of CD as provided in section 36(4)(a)(3) of the IBC, and the same shall be payable in full out of the existing funds of CD. This will not fall within the ambit of section 53. In case of any shortfall out of the funds, that liquidator may realize by sale of liquidation asset of the business of CD. But liquidator has to pay this payment towards the retirement benefit. And as regards claim for wages and salaries, the same falls under category section 53(1)(f) of the IBC, meaning the workmen and employees gets funds towards their claim for a period prior to CIRP only if they remain. Sorry, I think something else. So for the claim of wages and salaries, 24 months and 12 months will be paid, and the balance will come under section 53(1)(f) as the other dues. If their claim is more than that 24 months and 12 months, then it will be treated as the 53(1). It will come under the 53(1)(f). Something is missing. I am sorry, really sorry. Only if there remain funds in the hands of liquidator. Then scenario 5 is the claims of employees and workmen for the period covered during the CIRP. Where the resolution plans is received, the amount of the workmen and employees of the CD shall be entitled to receive against the amount of their claims admitted, and RP is covered under section 32B of IBC. Again, that with that point that PF and gratuity deferral benefit fund to be paid in full. Whether liquidation of the corporator is ordered by AA, workmen and employees need to submit their claim with respect to their dues for the CIRP period with the liquidator. However, it is essential that RP should have managed the operations of CD during CIRP period as a going concern, and the workmen and employees need to prove to the liquidator that they actually worked during the CIRP period of CD for the purpose of inclusion of their claim in the CIRP cost. If the same is admitted by the liquidator, then workmen and employees are entitled to be paid in full for the work done and services rendered during CIRP period under section 53(1)(a) of IBC, that is in priority to any other payment. And where liquidator adjudicates that RP has not run the business of CD as a going concern during CIRP, or where the workmen or employees have not done any work during CIRP period when CD was a going concern, then the dues of the workmen to the extent admitted by liquidator is payable under section 53(1)(b) and C also for employees of IBC, that is, it is paid pari passu with the admitted claim of secured creditors restricted to a period of 24 months prior to the passing of liquidation order of adjudicating authority. Further, it is paid for balance funds left after paying fully the CIRP cost and the liquidation cost. and claims of employees, sorry, this mentioned, sorry, and claims of employees to the extent admitted by liquidator is covered under 53(1)(c) of IBC. That is, it is restricted to a period of 12 months prior to the passing of liquidation order of by AA. So in this scenario, this should be the stand. So next scenario is the claims of employees and workmen for liquidation period. The order of liquidation of the city shall be, because you know that it is going concern that city, they worked and their payment will be covered under scenario 5. Now what will happen for those employees during the liquidation period? The order of liquidation of city shall be deemed to be a notice of discharge to the officers, employees and workmen of city, except when the business of city is continued during the liquidation period by the liquidator. So when adjudicating authority when the adjudicating authority passed the order for liquidation, it is a sort of notice of discharging the employment of all the employees of the city. I think some echo is coming, I don't know. Except when the business of city is, the liquidator can run the business as a going concern. So if it is run, then it will not be discharged. They will not be discharged. Thus, only when liquidator continues business of city after liquidation order, there may be claims of workmen and employees for work done and services rendered during such period. The amount due to workmen and employees for their work done and services rendered during liquidation period falls within the definition of liquidation cost. Earlier it was the CRP cost, now it is liquidation cost. And the same is payable in full under section 53(1)(a) of IBC, that is in priority to any other claim. So this is the scenario in this case, stand in this case. So the next point is that delay in completion of CIRP or passing of liquidation order affects the claim. This is actually not scenario. This is the observation. You know, if there is a delay in completion of CIRP or passing of liquidation order, these things, this position affects the workmen and employees. Why? Because as noted above, section 53(1)(b) and C, that is for workmen and employees of IBC, refers to a period of 24 months for workmen dues and 12 months for dues of employees of CD respectively. Such period of 24 months or 12 months is to be counted from the date of passing of liquidation order by AA. If the approval of resolution plan, considering the provisions of section 32(2)(b) of IBC, or the liquidation order considering section 53(1)(b) and C of IBC, is not made within the time frame, then the workman and employee of CD suffer. This is so inter alia on the ground that the amount that workmen and employees may get is linked with the liquidation value for 32(b) and 53(1)(b) and C, and to the value of assets of CD gets deteriorated. You will appreciate that over the period of time, what are the asset value will deteriorate, and therefore the liquidation value will come down, and that's why this will affect the payment under section 32(b). And thus lesser amount remains in the hands of liquidator to distribute, which can be paid after the assets are sold and money is realized. And in case of resolution plan, until the same is approved by the A, workmen and employees need to wait for recovery of their dues. So again there is a delay for their recovery. Friends, this has a very, I think, great impact. Because if somebody raises this point, if some workers and file applications before NCLT to mitigate this loss for them, till now I don't know whether any case laws is there with this effect, but we should prepare mentally. We should make ourselves prepared that if these things comes, so what will be our answer? Where will we stand? This delay is not in our hand. Is really delay for the adjudicating authority or something else. So maybe we have not faced these things yet, but there is a possibility for litigation due to the suffer of loss by the workmen or employees for the delay in the process. So friends, I am through with my presentation. This is now question and session. We have 10 minutes, I think. So if you have any question, you can ask me or you can suggest.
We ask question as and when I think you're talking. That is, I have no questions.
Okay.
Please share your presentation also with us.
Sure. I'll give it to ICSI, and
Yeah,
I think they
will see. Yeah. It was very nice presentation and discussion.
Thank you so much.
The topic is very relevant in the present scenario, and it concerns all the CRP processes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And this is not only that you have seen the judgments. They are, I mean, some judges are really conflicting to each other, and you know what new position will come.
वो तो ठीक है, पर टाइम निकाल के आना चाहिए फिर थोड़ा सा ना, भाई को मिलने में क्या दिक्कत है?
ना वो तो ठीक,
हाँ जी,
but I mean, if
हेलो,
some hello,
भाई से मिलने में क्या दिक्कत है? बड़े भाई को मिलने तो आ ही सकते हो.
अच्छा, something else. Okay.
Rajiv ji, you have to mute yourself.
I think there is a
अब आ रही है?
No, but really, we have
अब आ
to.
रही है?
Sir, can I ask you
हाँ जी,
kindly mute yourself? Yeah, thank you. Now, what I want to say that, look, sir, I am telling you very frankly, so far the issues concerning employees and workmen, judicial authority to some extent inclined to them. No doubt about it. No doubt. So you have to present, you have to prepare your case such that it should be within the defined law or defined judgments. Because I told you that right to life, this is a very important word. And even had I been the advocate for any employee and workman, I'll fight with this word. And this is true also. You cannot deny this fact. It is mentioned in one of the this is a right to life. Others are all a right to property. So that is my point. I mean, so we have to go through not only the code, we have to see the judgments also. We have to keep ourselves appraised. And definitely, I mean, I think, I mean, then we can handle the things properly. So thank you, all of you very much. Is there anybody from ICSI? What to do? I think.
Thank you so much, sir, for
thank you.
your time and giving a nice and interactive session. Sir, you are requested to share presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, is it Anjali?
Yes, sir, I'm Anjali.
Hello? Is it Anjali?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Anjali, I'll share it too. Sure.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can we conclude the session now? Thank you so much. Thanks all. Thank you so much, sir. Really nice to conduct this session. Very, very. Thank you so much. Any question in the chat box? No, there is no question.